Good morning. 8 o'clock Central Standard Time, August the 8th, 2025, Friday. Welcome to my virtual trading journal. This is risk neutral trading philosophy and trade management ideas. And as I say, this is my virtual trading journal. It is not for financial advice and it's not for trade advice. There is a disclaimer in the description here on the stream. And I'm not monetized in any way by the stream. So, your likes, subscribe, share, please comment, drop something, hello, whatever in the chat is all great because it's trading is by nature a lonely job, so it's nice to have some interaction and shared thoughts. That's really important to me. I hope that you get something, some positive from the stream. But you need to remember that it is my journal. So the idea here is that I see what I'm looking at, and that's captured on my screens in the video, and then my voiceover here is what gives me some insight as to what I was thinking. I record this and push these to YouTube for streaming so that I can review them on any device, and it also easier to share with other people around. There's different spots in the world. The purpose also is that I have a commitment to take no trades on this stream or on this account off of the stream. In other words, there's none of this. I had a loser this morning, and then tomorrow morning you tune in and, I traded that yesterday afternoon and I'm back up now. Well, that's I'm sure you realize that's usually BS, and I never do that. That is, however, why the streams are so long. I start every morning of the week at 8 o'clock now, Central Standard Time, and trade stream continues through 1500, which is a cash close. No trades are taken after that, of course. All the times, I think I mentioned this, but all the times that I refer to or that are visible on my charts and stuff are all Central Standard Time in the U.S. That's the same time zone as Chicago, which is the where the CME and CBOT exchanges are. So we're all in the same kettle of fish here. This is, I think I got that one pretty well out of the way now. Let's move on to the numbers, which are, fortunately today, light. There's no earnings for today at all, and very light on Monday. So that's good. Here is the economic calendar. This, come on, what's going on here? There we go. There's no 3-star events. There's the typical. There's the Baker Hughes rig count, which is important for crude oils people, and all of the numbers. All of the numbers are from 12 o'clock on. Now there is what I refer to nowadays as random risk, which is any time that anyone in the administration gets near a camera or a microphone, there could be, it's a risk that we don't know. We can't identify the risk or make any mitigation or plan for it. It can happen at any time. And I think if you've been around the markets at all for the last month or few months, that seems to be the biggest risk we have. So I try to politely refer to it as random risk because I don't know. This is financial juice. It's has a bit more updated commentary on various things. These are the news. This is the news for the 8th of August. There's the random risk I was referring to. I don't know can't imagine what Trump will be talking to the Armenian PM all day for, but good for them. financial juice and my old standby for numbers and economic and earnings reports and stuff is the investing.com. Both of these are free. So feel free to go there, visit them. You can pay for them if you want to, you know, for some more up to the minute thing. Like over here, it says it's delayed. I find no need to do that. And these are both free. So you have the same access to anything as I do. All right, pre-market, that's the important thing we're doing now, isn't it? And here we go. So I use two basic charting packages. This is Investor RT, which is my basic charting package, and this is Bookmap. In Investor RT, these are Renko charts. This is the ES Mini, the NQ Mini. This is the ES Micro Composite chart and ES Market Profile chart. I also plot the exact same setup for the micros as I do the minis. Now, here is the overnight session. Here was our close, our open, and the overnight. This is yesterday's RTH session right here. So we are about as balanced as you could possibly get overnight. We are a slight skew long because here's our close and our open, right? And the majority of trade is been above that all night. So we do have a inventory is a bit long, and I would suspect, as always in that case, that we would have some responsive selling at the open for profit taking. You know, think about it. If you've been long somewhere and, you know, you've held through this big deal down, or you got long down here, you probably want to take some profit. However, we're trading back to and nearly at, let's see here, trading back to nearly at the open. So it might have pretty much leveled itself out up till now. Again, this is the NQ. This is the micro composite chart for the ES, which is real simple. Let me first say that nothing I do, none of these levels, none of my thinking is mysterious or magical or complicated. And so many people try to make it seem so, especially internet people, because they're trying to sell you something. And that's exactly not what I'm trying to do. I'm trying to be as open and candid and clear as I possibly can. Here is the micro composite chart, which is simply a RTH daily chart. Each one of these is a daily candlestick. Wherever price overlaps, I draw a volume profile around them. In so doing, that generates a micro composite VPOC, high, low, and these red and green lines, which are the high and low volume nodes for the volume profile. Now, just this morning, I did something different to try to get a better idea of what has happened, and I'll try to expand on that a little bit here. This morning, until just a few minutes ago, I had a volume. This volume profile here was when these bars overlap. Then we broke out and traded up here. Then I had this volume profile because that's correct. These bars had nothing to do with these bars. Then we had the big gap on Friday down on non-farm. And so this started a new volume profile right here. Now we've traded up here through yesterday, and I noticed that colleagues of mine, and maybe a better way to think about this, or a different way to think about this, is to include all of these trade now in a bigger volume profile, which I just put on this morning. That means that the volume profile through yesterday, the VPOC was here at 62.64.5. When you incorporate all of these bars in a bigger micro composite, it sounds like a oxymoron, doesn't it? Anyway, The VPOC, which is generated by this big market micro composite profile, is here at 63.35. And that's, so we're going to watch both of those. The red and green lines are the high and low volume nodes, and they're simply the high and low volume nodes of these volume profiles. That's all. This black volume profile represents the total data set, and that's looking back at the ES contract, the continuous ES contract from October 5th, 2021. So I hope that's clear. And this is the market profile for the ES. We get back over here to also from IRT, I publish and push all of the session prices, which would be reflected here, and they go to Bookmap, which is this. Now, I was just looking at this before we opened. This is yesterday's RTH trade, and here is the overnight session so far. You see where we opened, and then essentially we're 100% long. We've had a little dip down right here, and that's about it. But we're traded almost back to our open here, our RTH Open. So I'm assuming that we're probably going to have, I would very definitely assume, barring some random risk input, that we will have a open auction today. All right. This is, let me explain these by columns. This is the micro composite column, where I enter all these levels manually, those POCs, the naked volume points of control, etc. My workflow is when one of these levels becomes is revisited, it's no longer active. You see how the micro composite down here from the 2nd of June that I just pointed out with the new volume profile is red text, and up here is the another one with red text. Once it's been revisited, I change the text color on these flags to black. These are the high and low volume nodes, which push automatically from Bookmap to Bookmap from IRT. This is the full session volume profile right here, which started plotting last night at 1700 and will continue through 1600 today. It's not the ETH, it's the full session, or the old, what we used to refer to as Globex. This is the RTH volume profile, which will reset this morning at 8:30. This is my notes column, which is real important. And the first thing I do, I used to do this during the down period in the evening, but I got to thinking it might be helpful to show this. So here on the stream. So the first thing I do here is clear the notes from yesterday. You'll see that there was the statistics for the various levels. There was the migrating VPOCs in here, and there's the title for the open type. So the first thing I do is clear the notes. Yep. Boom. Now, the next thing I do is determine what the open type is likely to be. And there are only 4 of those. And the way you determine that is really, really straightforward and clear, just like everything else I talk about. If we opened right here, this is where price is trading right now. How does that relate to the previous RTH close? There's the previous RTH close from yesterday. So we're higher than the close. And how does this potential open, how does it relate to yesterday's range, which was a big, huge range here, right? It's within range. So the open type will be, in my opinion, higher in range. And what is going on here? There we go. Higher in range. There you are. Now, the next thing I also do is I put a flag right here at the naked volume point of control for yesterday's RTH range. And I do that like this. Boom. And that is 4070825. that means this is the naked volume point of control for the most recent RTH auction. And in other words, this is the point of control price at close RTH yesterday. And then these are the session prices, which are pushed automatically from Bookmap to Bookmap from IRT. And let me say that that brings us to the heat map and these price levels. There is no mysterious or magical way that these prices are derived or plotted here. The POCs, there's one for the full session, there's one for the RTH session. POC is nothing more than the price at which the most contracts have traded so far in the session, period. So far in the overnight session, the most contracts have traded at 63.79 3/4, right there. 4,000 contracts, 4,050. The split second that any one of these prices is 4,051, the POC is going to move there. That's all there is to it. And the reason we plot a developing line here is to get a feeling for which direction price and value are moving in the context of the day. The other prices are real straightforward. We have, let's see, we have a VWAP for the Globex and a VWAP for the RTH. You'll notice that there's no indicators on my charts or on Bookmap. The closest thing to an indicator I have are these VWAP, which is the volume weighted average price, and it is calculated. So, call me a liar if you want to. That's up to you. This is the mid for the RTH session. And then we have the IB high and the IB low. And they are sometimes confusing to people because of the naming. And that the naming is stands for initial balance, high and low, and that's an old market profile term. What they really represent, and the best way to think about them, they mark the high and the low of the first 1 hour of the RTH trading session. That's it. Developing value area high is for the current auction, or high or low is for the current auction. Value area high or low are for the previous auction. And the rest of it is, overnight high, overnight VWAP, overnight mid, overnight RTH mid, RTH close. It's just absolutely clear and easy. Now, having said all of that, the next order of business is the statistics, which are associated with these price levels, and you derive which statistics you use from the open type. And those come from, again, very simple, those come from this study in IRT. The program looks back at 2,000 days. Of these 2,000 days, we opened higher in range 600 days. Of these days where we opened higher in range, price revisited the overnight volume point of control in the upcoming RTH session 83.4% of the time. Overnight volume point of control happens to be right there, 83.4. Boop, that's all there is to it. And then I go down the list. I just go down the list, and the next one order of business will be the overnight bid, and that's 72.7. And the overnight mid is right there, and that's 72.7. Now, let me say something quickly before I move to the next part of this. I will continue to do these through the day. One example that I definitely do want to show you is, where'd it go? The overnight low, or the IB low or high. In this case, it will be the IB low from yesterday is 62.3, and that's right here, okay? What I do is 62.3. And then I type the initials. And why do I do that? Remember the definition. The moment today's RTH session opens, these flags will change to mark the low and the high of this current RTH session, so it will no longer be here. Therefore, I want to remember what this statistic is, and I know that it's the IB low. All right? So real simple. There you go. Couldn't be easier, huh? And that's really the way to approach trading. So many people try to make a big psychological drama out of it, and it isn't. You're an adult, that's all there is to it. Anyway, I'll continue to put these session statistics in. And one thing to remember about this, there's something for everything here. The overnight high is another biggie, and that's 75.0. Let's get that in there. These are not hard, fast lines in the sand. As with everything, the proper way to approach trading as a sustainable business is it is a business of statistics and probabilities in a random environment. This is the probability 75% of the days where we opened higher in range. Looking back at a 2,000-day data set, we revisited the overnight high 75% of the time of those days. In other words, 604 days we opened higher in range. We revisited the overnight high 453 days out of 2,000, so that's 75%. That's all there is to this. And I'm not saying trading's easy, or it's an easy way to make money, or, buy my indicator and you're going to get rich. No, but it's not. Focus on what is hard and what is what you do need to focus on, and not just some random BS that somebody's trying to sell you on YouTube. That's my advice. All right, now it's 8:22, and I need to do something else here, which is the TLab snap. And I do that every day at 8:20, and I'm going to do it right now. So there, you can't stop me. And you ask yourself, or you ask me perhaps, what is the TLab? And I will tell you as soon as I do that. Okay. The TLab is a bookmap Discord chat room started by a fellow named Tom B. And it's one of the few places on the internet. It's actually, one of the two others besides this stream that I ever go. And I found it years ago. Tom is a professional trader, I believe. He does not trade live, nor does he post his trades or call trades. So there's that. Don't go there if you're thinking that's going to happen. But one of the appealing features is nothing is ever for sale, nor are you ever solicited for anything, just as with this stream. Okay? I think that Tom is genuinely trying to help traders get better at trading. He's been doing it for 46 years. He is, doesn't need, it's not like he's trying to prove anything or become successful. He is. And you're not going to see a Lambo or a bunch of gold chains if you happen to go there. But, after a few years of listening and stuff and comments about, well, I'm going to be in Costa Rica and streaming from Costa Rica now for a couple of months because it's cold in Chicago and things like that, that he's not struggling, right? And I appreciate that. So it's called the Traders Lab. It is in the Bookmap Discord chat area. And the guy's name is Tom B. And there's a good crew of people in there if you want to, branch out and look at something else besides this stream. I would hope that you'd stick around here also, because this is live all day. And that's, it's primarily a Discord, by the way. I should have put that, I guess. It's a Discord area, the Traders Lab. So there you go. I don't recommend any of the other Bookmap chat rooms because I've only been to 2 others, and there are a lot of them. And how can I say one way or another about something I've never been? But the other 2 that I did visit were just normal. The guy was trying to sell you something, the third word out of his mouth, and that's fine. If that's that's how they make their money or do their job, that's fine. And Bookmap wants to support that, that's fine too. But it's not interesting to me. So there you go. And now we're at 25 past. We've covered the statistics. I will continue to update those as time goes by here this morning. I don't see any. Typically, let me get over here. Typically, obviously, the overnight volume point of control is always the highest probability. If it's an inside, in range, higher or lower in range, next in line is always the overnight mid. And then we have the overnight high or the overnight low, and sometimes the previous close, which is 70.7% in this case, by the way. And you'll start to get a feeling for that as you progress, right? You'll start to get a feeling for what, and these are not hard and fast lines in the sand. These are statistics, probabilities. It's a probability that we will reach the overnight close 70% of the time in a 2,000-day data set. And probably one of the most important things you ever hear as a trader, but very few people pay any attention to, is the statement, past performance is not indicative of future results. That has got nothing to do with lawyer talk. That is the truth. That is a statistical fact. So take that on board. What happened in the past has no effect on the next occurrence. It's also a statistical fact that the probability of the next trade is 50-50. Absolutely. Doesn't matter how many stops, how many wins in the past, the probability of the next trade is 50-50. And it is a random environment with countless inputs and things that can affect it. So there you go. Now we're going to open in 3 minutes, and it's important to be able to trade, isn't it? So the first thing you have to do in Bookmap to trade is activate the trade control panel by clicking that little padlock and choosing the way you are going to interact with the application to trade with your mouse. If you choose chart, the only place you can trade is in the active data column. If you choose dome, the only place you can trade with your mouse are the dome columns. And if you choose both, you got it, both columns. Now, you can trade with your keyboard and set that up, no problem, in any of those 3 settings for your mouse, but you have to have the focus of the computer on the application in order for the keyboard to work. I believe that trading with Bookmap, trading with the mouse is faster and more accurate. So that's why I've converted myself from being an old years of keyboard trader to clicky boy here now. Okay, the next thing I have to do is I trade with multi-brackets. And this is the risk neutral trade management setup. This is the smallest package size that you can use. You have to use even number of contracts. Stop for the entire package is at one location, and I have decided in my case for various, based on risk management, account size, volatility, ATR, however you determine it, chicken bones, voodoo, however you determine it, you set a stop for the entire package. The minute you do that, the stop and the size of the first risk neutral scale is automatic because it is at the same stop number of ticks as the stop is negative in the positive, and it's for half of the package size. Then you have the balance or the runners, and then the next thing I do, and we're getting ready to open here pretty quick. I got to stop. Ooh, what happened here? I got to stop talking so much. Okay, we're going to open now, and we have now officially opened, and this stupid thing didn't reset. God damn, that's frustrating. Well, at least that worked a little bit. So we've opened now, and we had a bump up to open. The first thing I will start doing now is tracking and plotting the volume point, the migrating volume point of control, like this. And it continues to go. So we need to get out here so we can see that. Look at all these boo, 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 boo. I'll put those in as time goes by, but here's our open. Obviously, we have real volatile movement of the POC at the very opening moments because we're only talking about 100 contracts, right? There's 5. So I've been having problems with this. There you go. I've been having problems with Bookmap resetting as it's scheduled to exactly at 8:30. Nobody can seem to help me. It's pretty disappointing. Or tell me what's wrong. You know, tell me what's the problem with my machine, which I don't think has a problem. Obviously, something's wrong. This is the most powerful machine. I build my own trading machines, and I built this one, and it is probably, you know, it's an i9 12900K, bunch of cores, bunch of threads, 64 gigs of DDR5 RAM. You know, I don't know. Anyway, and I thought a 12 gig memory GPU, a 3060. Somebody told me I need to get a 3070 or a 40, whatever. So maybe that's it. I don't know. So we're open. We've traded up. So contrary to my concept of responsive action to take profit, we're not doing that at the moment. What we're doing is just going to be an open auction as far as I'm concerned. And I'm resetting the IRT charting to the day session now. These are now, instead of full session, they're now the day session. And here's the micros. And how I do that is real easy. Just a button you click, and there you go. So now what you're seeing on the charting is yesterday's RTH session and today. Okay. And it gets a little wound up sometimes with the huge volumes that we have now from the volume of the market when this software was developed and built. Big increase in data to compute, you know. Part of my new workflow, which I find important, and I'll explain why, is to set just this line at the session open. I got it off a little bit, so what? And the reason I do that is I try to keep the entire session visible on the screen through the day until I'm anticipating interacting with the market, and then I can zoom in. But I find that keeping the entire session in this heat map side of the chart over here really makes a difference as far as staying aligned with context of the trade, of the market for the day. And this line helps me keep that in place because I don't have to look down here and read the clock. I can just glance over to the left, and if I see that blue line, I know the start's there, you know. There you go. What else is up? I didn't do that, so that's pretty stupid. Okay. Oh, and I didn't. One other thing I forgot because I was in a hurry. Once I have set the trade control panel to the mouse configuration, and I've set the multi-brackets. I confirm the price, or that it's the right multi-bracket size, and then I click this button again. Stays green, padlock stays open, but I get the real estate back on my screen. And the same data is displayed here as you see here. And because I use multi-brackets, I don't need to use any of this trading stuff or bracket order things in the control panel. So I can get rid of that. And when I close that control panel, you'll notice that I get a cancel all and a flatten all button. So that's all I need. Up to you. That's, how you trade is your business. Well, we came right down to the overnight volume point of control and didn't take it and turned around. We just got there. You could say that we did because 102 contracts traded, so that 93 or 83% has been satisfied. The overnight mid has not, and now we're trading higher. The next order of business would be this overnight high at 75 above us. Or we go down, we go lower, what are you going to do? It's a market. It will trade up, it will trade down. It's an auction. And I would expect today to be an open auction, maybe not directional. So I won't, I won't be clicking the mouse like I'm killing snakes, that's for sure. Now, let me show you how I like to set this up, if I can get it to work. Sometimes it argues with me. Yeah, it's playing hard to get here. All right, here's the session so far. I try to keep this at about $1 high if I can. So my objective here is to keep a sense of context, direction, and scale in the trade of the day. That's the idea. Hey, Antonio. Bon dia. Happy Friday, my brother. And what have I forgotten to do here? Well, my package is set. I am doing the account copy thing, and the multi brackets are set to the smallest package, so everything looks right, and that's good. That's a good thing. Now, looping back to the integrity and the accountability and transparency of the stream here. This is a TopStep evaluation or combine account, and there are 4 other accounts, same thing behind it. That's what the trade copier does. When I make one trade here, it automatically, the same trade or mouse movement or stop movement or whatever automatically happens on the other accounts. So that's pretty good. I used to think that was real terrible, and then I got to thinking, what kind of a fool am I? So yeah, take advantage of it. My idea here is that this is a full record with complete transparency and accountability from zero to hero, from nothing to funded, right? So through the combine, through the XFA and live account. That's the plan. This is still in the combine stage, near the XFA. And so there we are. I don't actually I have not shown to date the TopStep dashboard for this or these other accounts because I haven't figured out how to sanitize it so, the account numbers and all that kind of personal data is not visible. I'm sure there's a way, and I'll look at that over the weekend because I just got to thinking that I hadn't realized that I hadn't really done that yet. So that's also important. I think so anyway. The important, but as far as the trades themselves go, Bookmap very dutifully records, as does YouTube, each trade, exactly the entry, the break-even line, the stops, the targets, when they're hit, the time, the whole shoot and match, and through the trade, the average price, what's been executed, volume, and then the P&L. So for each trade day or each day that a trade is taken, all of that is absolutely transparent, but there's not I just was thinking last night, there's not an accumulation of the dashboard, which I can appreciate, makes sense. So I'll figure out how to do that this weekend. Yeah. All right. So what's going on over here? Well, here we are, barcoding, baby. Or I like, in the old days, Murad Askar, actually, I think, the first guy I heard say, we're putting in a zipper. And I thought that was kind of cute because it does look exactly like a zipper when you on your pants or wherever. The new kids talk about it as a barcode. So there you go. The new generation, those kids. Here we are around the horn. We are percent change green. Oh, looky there. Gold is percent or crude is 1.1 up. The rest of them are in the tenths of a percent. I'm sure volume is rocking. Let's have a look. Ooh, well, hush my mouth. We've been trading more or less around 120% volume in these first few minutes all week, and now we're down at 82% of volume. What this does is it looks at the average volume for the time of day, and a look back, and then where are we percentage-wise? Where are we total numbers-wise? And then it calculates the percentage. Pretty simple, huh? But that we are now at just 80% of typical volume at this day. This is a ATR, 3.5%. You can see where it got up here pretty high yesterday or overnight, whatever. This chart is kind of a fun one, actually. You can get these things from, you can search for the title here and get these off of IRT and import them real easily. These little arrow deals are delta divergence, as you notice the name of the chart. Well, there's a lot of people. This will show you how the red and green light thing you just hand you your ass, right? Okay, you short here, that's great. What about all these get along guys? That wouldn't work out so good. So be real cautious of those kind of things. This is a harmonic rotations. And there we are for the day. And I haven't really figured out how to use this thing for trading or for determining the stops or whatever in my brackets. If you have your head around how to do this, somebody, drop it into the chat and let us share with us. That'd be great. This is just a study about the opening range trades. This is the S&P or the SPX, and this is a daily ES chart. The purpose of it is for the open interest down here. There you go. I know as much as I do, so I'm going back to bed. All right. Well, they've decided that directional is the way to go, huh? So much for I'm expecting an open auction. We did have that right here. And it looks like they've decided that up is a fine idea. Now, for my trading and for the purpose here for me, I'm vetting the IB trades. And what does any of that mean? Well, if you want to find out if a particular event has a statistic, probability, an edge, any of that, any of those things, they all apply. I can't think of the other ones now as a brain fart. But anyway, you have to identify the event, identify the specific criteria which validates that event, and then capture a statistically significant data set of that event. Okay? And what I am in the process of doing here is doing that for the IB setups. So will I have an expectancy, positive expectancy, positive probability, an edge for that? And what I do is the first thing you do, one of the reasons I chose the IB trades, there are two of them. There is the IB failure, where we come back in, which is essentially mean reversion, or there's the IB continuation, which means which would be suggested by a directional day, and the mean reversion or the IB failure is suggested by a rotational or balanced context day. So I know from history and just experience that the market is balanced more or less 80% of the time, with directional moves, trend days, whatever you want to call them, maybe 20%. So I thought, well, it's a pretty good idea to have a vetted trade for both occurrences, and that's why I chose the IB. Now, the market is random. The outcome of the next trade is 50-50. So, in my opinion, it's to approach this as a statistical business for consistent profitability and sustainability. That's the way you need to approach the market, and you need to do. And this is not just my thinking. This is the most successful hedge fund people in the world and traders in the world. Richard Simmons and Simons. And Jim Simons, not Richard. That's a little fruitcake that did exercise. Ray Dalio, Paul Tudor Jones, Tom Sosnoff, coming down the list, Tom the trader, the best loser wins guy, right down to us, to Rod and to Tom B, and, hopefully me here pretty quick. That's the way to approach trading as a business and as a successful, sustainable business, rather than clicking the mouse like you're killing snakes and trying to be a gunslinger or a cowboy. So you pick out a setup. In my case, it's the IBs. You capture the data with the exact same statistics, criteria. The criteria cannot change. What I want to know is, over 1,000 trades, what percentage of the time did I achieve T1, risk neutral scale? What percentage of the time did I achieve T2? You can not determine either of those points if T1 and T2 change within that data set. And if they do change, then you have to throw those trades out of the data set. It's that simple. It's statistics. Forget about it as trading or money or anything else. Read any statistics book, and there you go. You know, the value area. What is that? It's one standard deviation on either side of the mean. Statistics. There you go. So that's how I'm approaching this, and that's what I'm doing. Which brings me around to my IBs and the definition of that, which is, first of all, as we discussed in the pre-market, the IB just marks the high and the low of the first 1 hour of trade. The key point being 1 hour. So right now, there's no IB statistic. I got no IB trade potential. I'm just sitting here watching the market, seeing what we're doing, getting a feeling for context, talking to you guys, talking to myself. At 9:30, the statistic will be set. The IB high will not cease to move up with price. The IB low will cease to move down with price. They will be fixed. After that point, the IB statistic comes into play, and that statistic is substantial. It comes from the market profile days, and I can prove it to you here, since we have a little time. Over 97.7% of the percentage of the days in any four of the open types, the IB high or low is revisited by price in the balance of the RTH session. Here we are. Now, IRT very graciously highlights the correct open type after we open, of course. So here we are. 98% of the time in a higher in-range day, price revisits the overnight high or low, or the IB high or low, 98% of the time. It takes out both of them 32.1% of the time. And so by extension, that means that there's 2% of the days we don't take out either. So that gives you a couple, three different ways to look at trading this thing. But, so I sit and wait until 9:30, watch the market, watch the context, try to get myself aligned. And after 9:30, I can zoom in and I can determine what I believe is going to happen based on the context. When I get the statistic, do I have the context? Do I have the trigger? And then you enter the trade. So nothing is a surprise or hurry and click and but adrenaline rush and all that BS, right? You're stalking the trade. You anticipate what's going to happen. It's very calm. And that's, I think, the great way to approach it. And that's what I'm doing now with the IBs. And I will not, that means I'm not looking for a mean reversion. That means I'm not looking for a VPOC migration. That means I'm not looking for the VWAP or mid to the VPOC. None of those other setups, because I'm working on this one now, and that's it. And after the fact, to the balance of the day, same story. Now you see how the IB just moved up because we went there. An interesting statistic here that I think is really worth vetting or, putting together the statistics on is the IB30, which was a product of Rod, who's a good programmer and trader from the TLab and started Static and whatever else. Antonio knows him for sure. He determined that in addition to the old-fashioned IB stat, greater than about, I believe it's about 90% of the time, the last time I looked at his numbers, the high or low of the first 1 hour, which would be right here, right now at 64. Ooh, look at that. We're right at 64. Century figure and 300 contracts sitting there at liquidity, okay? Wow. Anyway, back to my conversation. His statistic is that about 90% of the time, the high or low is exceeded of the first 30 minutes, of the market, of the RTH session, is exceeded by price in the second 30 minutes. So if you give that a moment's thought, you'll think, that's a hell of a lot better statistic than the original or old-fashioned IB statistic because it's bracketed by 30 minutes of time. You know, that's huge. The old-fashioned statistic, which is what I'm working on now, is in the balance of the RTH period. So you've got, the first 1 hour, you got another 6 hours it could be, 1 millisecond after 9:30, it could be 1 millisecond before 1600. That's 6 hours. With Rod's IB30 statistic, that's 30 minutes. I think that's a huge edge in itself, and I'm amazed that I didn't realize that before the other day. I've been hearing about that and trading with these guys for a year or two. So that's, my bad. But that's the point of this stream is for me. Remember, my narration here is me talking to me. The only way I can have insight in this stream about what I was thinking is this voiceover. But that's pretty huge. We got through the century figure. We're back in the fours. And you know what I didn't do? Oh, bad little pig. I didn't. We definitely did take this out yesterday, didn't we? Yeah, sure we did. Here's the previous RTH high. Oh, that's a good statistic for us. P high is 56.1%. Okay, so I didn't do my workflow properly, right? This has been taken out, and my workflow is that I change the text to black until this weekend when I remove them. And get away. And the same happened with the POC from the 29th. The way I do these dates is the day, the month, and the year, because that's the way I've lived most of my life, and the rest of the world pretty much does it that way. So there you are. Okay. This is a high volume node being pushed from those micro composites. Here we are at pushing, fluffing around on the century figure. We got a $1.23 living up here at 64.20. That liquidity's, but one of the things that's kind of convenient about the heat map, you can see when this stuff came in and out of the market. These levels of liquidity have been sitting up here for a long time. Huh? Let's look back at how far. Wow. Well, this one, yeah, they've been, here you go. This one came into the market at 151 in the ETH. Here's the ETH. Here's yesterday's RTH. They all pretty much, these 64s came into the market pretty much in this ETH. This big one up here at 401.5 came in right at the RTH Open last night and been sitting there all night. And they just took it out. They just ate through it right there. Resting liquidity, remember, are just passive orders. This is a graphic representation of the dome or the book, whatever you want to call it. Price ladder. I find Bookmap handy because I'm dyslexic pretty much. So for me to trade off a dome, which I have one of the best, and that's Jigsaw, it's like soup, man. It's just, bunch of numbers flying around, and I'm getting them backwards and transposed and upside down and who knows what. But I find this graphic representation in a heat map, whether it be, and so far the best heat map app I've found is Bookmap, which is disappointing because it's kind of expensive, but it is. So there you go. All right, we've gone 9 o'clock. Now, Rod has just had his IB 30 satisfied, hasn't he? Let's check. Yeah, you see that's 9:01? Okay. The higher low of the first 30 minutes has just been exceeded by the higher low of the second 30 minutes. Boop. Of course, it can be exceeded 50 times or 150 times. It can keep going up to here, whatever. The point is this statistic has been satisfied. And maybe not. No, it wasn't. Now it has been. Because you notice how price moved up here, the IB? That means it wasn't quite set at 9:30. At 9 o'clock, I'm sorry. And this will continue to move until 9:30. So, yeah, it was satisfied right there. The IB 31 statistic, not the old-fashioned statistic. I'm getting all confused here. Easily done. Well, if you had to guess, if you were a betting person, what would you say the context of the day is? Pretty abso-freaking-lutely straight up, isn't it? And right to the expected move. I'm not saying that these are, I'm just watching these out of curiosity, but that's pretty funny. I'm also trying to figure out how to really use these Renkos for trading better than just, first of all, a Renko is not based on time, right? Ooh, Mom brought me many things here. Yeah, you are. Fresh baked croissant and some sort of magic Vietnamese hot ginger mushroom, something or another tea, I suppose. Really good. Lucky guy. Yeah, so the context at this point is absolutely up. What does that say now that we've crossed over 9 o'clock to me? And my little process of vetting the IBs. Well, at this point, I would say we're directional. So I would be thinking in terms of an IB continuation. What do we have above us? This is the all-time high for the ES contract put in on the 29th of July. That should be 25. And it's in the RTH session. Okay, that wasn't last year, I promise you. I better fix that right now. That's called... There you go. So that's the MC all-time high, 2907.25 in the RTH session. Up above us here is the actual MC all-time high on the 31st, but it was only put in the ETH session. And typically, these guys do not like to have records or, all-time highs or any of that big stuff attributable to, or I don't know whether it's somebody's opinion or they don't like it, but typically those records don't last. I've been sort of surprised it's lasted this long. Now, we may very well get up here. We are kind of getting up here on fumes at this point. If you look over here, here's today's trade. This is the micro composite. Here's today's trade. Here's yesterday. Here's, the big fake news. Ever notice that every time something goes the way somebody doesn't like it, it's fake news or rigged, but if it does, it's the most wonderful stuff in the world. Jesus, I wonder when it's going to take people to realize that. And here are our all-time highs up in here, I think. Let me not be lying to you. What's going on? Why isn't anything happening? Yeah. I don't like the fact that it's doing that. Should be more responsive. That's irritating. Anyway, one thing I did do yesterday, or I did this morning actually, I noticed that Tom and some folks have been talking about 6335 as a MCVPOC, and I wondered, well, so what's he done? And it is exactly what I thought. This was my profile for these days. We gapped up, typical with my workflow. We had this micro composite. We gapped down, again with my workflow. They're not overlapping. I started drawing this profile. But what Tom has done and what I've done here to try to keep things aligned, he's drawn the market profile, or the micro composite profile, from here all the way across, all of them. And that's why this MC is here at 6335. I know what I've got going on, and so there you are. But I was curious how it was that way, and that's what I suspected. So you see that that expected move didn't last too long. What I've heard them talk about, this expected move story is based on the implied volatility on the options chain, the inside strike of the straddle, I think it is. The at the money strike for the straddle, whichever, day or week or whatever it is. And typically the thinking is that that's basically one standard, again, statistics, it's supposed to be about one standard deviation around the inside at the money mean or something like that. And it typically contains a lot of the price. And then they do a probability of how far price goes, one standard deviation outside of it, and those things. I don't know if it means anything or not, but it's interesting to think about for me. Okay. So here's our IB high. Here was our IB high at 9 o'clock. The IB30 exceeded it. The IB30 exceeded it. And we're heading up here for the previous RTH high, looks to me like. Well, now what? Let's see here. I've got things all discombobulated on the time chapters because I forgot to hit a couple of them. Yeah, context is just up. Remember that now. Go away. Here was yesterday's RTH trade, the overnight. here we are this morning. Guess what? There's a previous Globex high, which is right there. And that's right. This is the Globex from day before yesterday. And then here is yesterday's RTH. And then here is our Globex. And here's our RTH. So this is the ETH high from, well, what time was it put in? Actually, yesterday morning at 5:20, England. Yeah, that's right. I remember that very definitely now. This was our overnight, and then the English guys came in, and obviously they're doing blow, and up they went, you know. Or something. Somebody put crack in the water cooler, or who knows what. They got nothing to brag about with their economy, that's for flipping sure. Or ours. Maybe that's it. Maybe they enjoy seeing us tank. Tankety, tankety, tankety. Well, those are good croissants. Oof. Good bad Billy. So, here you are. Now in another, 15 or so minutes, I'll start looking at this and trying scratching my head as to what I think might happen. Which way it may go. Disappointing because the last couple of 3 days has been real clear, clean, no heat, IB continuation trades, and I was not able to trade the first 2 days of the week because of that account drama at TopStep. And yesterday I was day before yesterday I was a wuss. So, I just wussed out and didn't take them. The Tuesday and Wednesday, I had a problem with, I could probably figure out how to show that to you, but essentially we had a directional, we had a rotational first 1 hour, it was not directional as this is. And I didn't make the switch that we had changed from rotational to directional, because if you remember, the rotational trade, the trade that is suggested, the IB trade suggested by balance, is the mean reversion or the IB failure, just like any mean reversion trade. But then it, at one point, right or after shortly after 9:30, it started, spreading out directionally, and the IB continuation was absolutely the no heat best trade for those 2 days for me. And here we have a VPOC migration. Ooh, what's that mean? Hey, Richard. Morning. Or afternoon. I keep saying the wrong thing to you guys. Bon tarde and good afternoon. Selamat datang. I can't even say good morning or afternoon in Vietnamese. That language really doesn't work in my ears. So some of those Asian languages are so nuanced with a different way of, things, consonants or vowels are, I guess they have consonants and vowels. I don't even know. The letters say different things that I'm used to, and oof. I know when they look at me and say something about din or com, I know what that means. That means crazy. So that part I got. Those two words I have figured out. Kamun is thank you. That's one I know. Not sure what that means. I've been on the blow. I don't know. You doing cocaine? That's the euphemism or the colloquialism for cocaine over here is the blow. I don't know what you're doing, but probably wouldn't. You probably don't want to put that in a chat room if that's what you're doing. That might be come back to haunt you at some point. I'm sure that's not what you meant, but. Yeah. I have an interesting motivation. You remember some time ago, Antonio, I posted a sharing from Rod about his account for a month. And there was some conversation in there last night about he's switched or dropped the IB or the risk neutral scale from his trading, and is just going to full targets and really Yeah, there you go. Okay. Yeah, they definitely. That's usually the big market move in the overnight. Asia's usually kind of muted, and then London kicks in. I just can't get myself up. It's 2:00 in the morning basically here. I just can't get it into it. What I was saying about Rod's thing that is important, that would be interesting. I think Antonio remembers. I'm not sure if you were around, Richard, yet, but showed basically what his tick progression was for a month. And last night he wanted to just show his from the beginning of, I think, the year, and then where he changed at May 30th from the risk neutral to full position at target. And it's a P&L graph from Static is the site. And you notice the tick amounts in totals. Hope you're sitting down. $21,000 ticks. Pretty motivational. From taking A+ setups, being disciplined, and paying attention to statistics. It can be done, you see? It very definitely can be done. What is this thing arguing with me about here? Yeah, really, it is. I didn't do the math to calculate that into dollars because I didn't want to, go back to bed and sob. But good for him, and really amazing. Good. He seems like a real squared away guy. Oh, here we are, a pullback. So what is it? Buy the pullback? Buy the dips? Is this a buy the dip? Or is this the tanker turning? That's That's where I got hung up the last couple of days. Now I didn't, I don't go whipping and spurring into them and then try to figure out what I think. But I don't eat my own dog food in the sense that I'm not just when the setup and the configuration presents itself, I don't take the trade. There is that element of discretion still where I stop and think if I don't think I understand everything just right, I don't put the trade on. And then of course it goes to target and stuff, both of my targets, and there's no heat, and I feel like a old Karen standing over here, Fortunately, we don't have any real random risk opportunities today. Well, I don't know whether that's fortunate or unfortunate. For some reason, U.S. and Russia are planning a Ukraine deal. Well, there you go. Notice that Ukraine is going to do without Jesus. Criminy. I really find it strange, man. The country is sitting there. They're attacked by Russia, and all of a sudden, our boys and the Russians are figuring out what they're going to do, how they're going to cut up somebody else's country. I guess it's kind of like Gaza. I don't really get it. That's, I think, pretty sad. And why, from the time here on this random risk is 13:30, but it says all day, so beats me. I don't know whether he's meeting with the PM, the Armenian prime minister, all day or just in the afternoon or the rest of the day, or I don't know. But it's a pretty quiet day all the way around. Earnings numbers are basically zipped. There's no earnings today at all. And Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, earnings season is about wrapping up. Except I believe, if I'm not mistaken, this is, if I'm not mistaken, NVIDIA and some of the biggies are in the 20s. I'm not sure how to, next week maybe. No, that didn't work. I think NVIDIA is on the 20th. I think I heard somebody say. I don't know what it's doing now. Apply, I guess. No, never mind. So there's really nothing there, and there's no random risk, which is not sure whether that's good or bad. But anytime, any of those guys, there seems to be 2 or 3 of them now that are really enjoying the sound of their own voice and liking those cameras. And I didn't see any particular. That is so perfect. Yeah, I don't see any real deals here. That's kind of good, I guess. Where are we here? Ooh, 24. We're getting dangerously close to that IB30 or IB statistic set. Now and then Rod drops nice little pearls about, no, I never take that trade between so and so and such because this or whatever, It's kind of one-liners and answer to questions and stuff. And I want to try to figure out a way to capture all those. I read them and boy, that makes good sense. And then, you know, in one of my old ears and out the other, I have to capture them so I can go back and review them. Yeah. I'm looking for one here. Here's, for example, here's one of his answers to Peter about VPOC migration, our favorite trade. Migration size needs to be significant and or another newly developed high volume node. Do not trade the setup in a mean reversion or balance context. Yesterday's opening first 2 hours, perfect example. We had 5 VPOC migrations in the first 2 hours yesterday, and none of them qualified for my rules. Just little things like that. I want to start going back. I guess I'm going to search by post from Rod and make some way of grabbing them, you know. Here's another one. Price must move 7+ points in the opposite direction in a short period of time. Price must pull back at a test high volume node or a V-shaped reversal. You know, these kind of things are little pearls, and those things result in this. So I think it's a pretty damn good idea, you know. That's what I'm going to try. I'm going to try to do that. And really nice guy. Shares, you know. Certainly not a braggart or a... I'm a little disappointed he doesn't show pictures of his Lamborghini and his gold chains, but you know. There used to be an old saying where I grew up. Yeah, once I get those gathered up, I'll certainly share them and put them in my RTH or the Discord for this thing. I guess I'm not sure if I ever. I'm trying to think here. You know my problem. You can see this. Yeah, this is this is a Discord that I put together for this channel because Kiloton likes to call and talk in the evening sometimes if he's had a problem or whatever else, and a couple others. I'll share this or send you an invite or whatever you do. I'm not a big Discord user. I'm just green at figuring it all out. But like last night, he wanted to have a chat, so we talked for a couple hours about what was going on. And what I'll do is that I'll be able to drop those things in here, and they would be available to you. And I'll mentioned to Rod that I'm going to do that, so it's not, so that it's cool. So that's that. And now back to the job at hand here. Well, run up previous high, we're just below the previous high. That expected move, who the hell knows? If you guys are interested in monkeying with that expected move thing, absolutely. And if you want to chat or Discord or talk or whatever else at any point, great. But my Portuguese, French, and Spanish, that's 6 words of each. We don't have any real excess on the top here. Flat as a board, which would, suggests to me we've got more work to do up here. You'll notice we've got excess at the bottom. We've got a naked volume point of control living up here. What else we got? Let's look over here. Naked volume points. Yeah, we've got this naked volume point of control here at 64.23 quarter. And then, of course, the all-time highs and whatever else. So there's that. And we are, I'm busy jibber-jabbering and not doing my job here. We have set the IB statistic now at 9:30. This will not, let me rephrase that. Now we've taken out the statistic. It's set at 9:30. This will cease to move. We have just now satisfied that IB statistic with this little price movement. And I'll be the first to say, with this price action, I'm leery to take the move in the direction that it would suggest, which is up. So let's zoom in a bit and see what we see. I'd be very suspicious to take a long out of here with the POC just below. And now remember that just below is 10 handles because of the way this scale is scaled out. There's $1. So my typical IB continuation long would be to come through as we have done, take the statistic. I might have missed it right here. Talking and not trading. Come back down and test. Ideally, I would like to see it do exactly that and come back over here, and we've got the developing value area high above us. I could have very well missed the trade. I guess it's just slow. I'm slow thinking these anymore. That's not really much of a test, but it did. Let's see what happens now. What have we got above us? We got 327 at 64.20. Liquidity-wise. And we've got the 15s. Been in there forever. And of course, in the back of my mind is the question, well, the last 3 days was rotational, and we ended up with the IBC going directional. So I'm thinking, ooh, so is today, are we going to do the opposite today? It's directional, and now we're going to do the IBC. You know what I mean? I tell you. I'll tell you. There is, no matter how zoomed in or zoomed out you get, there's always a way to look at these markets from both perspectives that make perfect sense to me. And I have to keep refreshing my memory that right there is this risk neutral scale, this range right there. Maybe I need to zoom them out a little bit more here. 50 cents or something. That looks like the test. That's disappointing. Actually, it's not. That's not the scale. It is not risk neutral yet. Even at taking that one, that's 10, right? We got to get over 13. Pretty close, but close only counts in horseshoes and hand grenades, right? That little iceberg seems to be pretty set in his ways, and this delta buying isn't getting anywhere. That's not a good thing. That doesn't bode well for my continuation trade there. And this is not an area for a trigger. This was as close as we've come to the test, and I guess you could say this was the trigger of here. I don't know. You know, yeah. The take-home message here is I don't know. Now what are we going to do? We couldn't get anywhere here. We got that iceberg, put the lid on things, and now we're down through the IB again. Sellers. Yeah, I'm not convinced this thing's not going to go back down and test that POC. I have no reason for that, and I don't have I can't say it's part of my trade plan, but on the other hand, I'm not in a position I'm risk adverse, and to just keep throwing trades at something because that's what I initially think is not where I'm at. And I don't think that I need to apologize for that. I realize it's completely discretionary and maybe doesn't make common sense, but hey. Now maybe they'll take it up. And if they do, good for them. I also am not convinced to take the IB failure either, which is a mean reversion. And I'm sure that that's plenty of people TLab wise, and probably maybe even Tom have done that. They've gotten short up here for the mean reversion, maybe. I don't know. Context, that is very definitely a counter context trade for sure for the day. I mean, there's not a hell of a lot of, not a lot of question about that. On the other hand, there was that, there was this is yesterday, and then we did that. What happened the day before? Well, here was the day before, and then that. So, and the day before that. So, yeah. I guess the bottom line is I don't know. Come on, man. Do what you're supposed to do here. Well, here we are back at that RVPOC. So here is the IB failure. Couldn't get anywhere here. Couldn't get anywhere here. Iceberg was put the lid on the pot. Tried once more and mean reversion. 10 to 4, so 10 to 350. So 7 handles. Not haven't achieved that yet, but you know, any one of these. Let's see now. 10 to 8. No. So you're only scaled down here. Now I can apply my rationalization about range requirement. But it is a valid thing that I do think about with the mean reversion trade, or in this case, IB failure. Assuming that I did change my thinking, the IB failure here. Get the scale, okay. Where are you going? Here's where your profit target is. So that is definitely not T2. That doesn't satisfy the profit, projection of the of that trade setup. Obviously, you can come through there and on down, but if it's a mean reversion trade, the concept is you're going to revert to the mean by definition. So there you have it. See how quickly I was able to rationalize that I'm not a donut. Okie dokie. Boy, that iceberg of 55 just put a top on the pot, didn't they? Look at that. Guarding that level at 14, I guess. We still have that 327 living up there at 64.20. They've been in there forever. I would suppose we'll get up there, but guessing that probably GA, or who is in here as GA, is Skeleton in the TLab. probably made good money today. He's real fixated and focused on, fast trade off the open, which not part of my world, but and his P&L's real volatile, but he does have nice. Yesterday, when we had our talk last night, I think yesterday was $4,100, but it was the first day on a new combine because he'd blown up the XFA, so that's the problem with those kind of more of a gunslinging kind of an attitude is without any real risk management plan. The swings are too volatile for me. And like I told him, it's like, hey, dude, if it works for you and you enjoy doing it, knock yourself out. Trade the hell out of it. Wear that mouse out. But then it doesn't work for me. And I don't think it's working for him if you kind of read between the lines or listen between the lines, which is, I keep trying to just deliver the same message. I really believe it's a real important message is to approach this as a business of statistics. Start from your account risk management parameter and then build out from there. As opposed to slap a trade on, put the stop where you think maybe there's a low volume node or above the high, and then just kind of guess where you hope the targets might be. I don't think that that's a long-term winning strategy. Certainly not for me. And in the case of trading a combine or something like that, you've got the daily loss limit and all those things. You have to figure those things in. Otherwise, you're going to be just blowing up accounts. And maybe that's okay too. I don't know. Well, let's see here. I missed this one. Spank me. He said, uh-oh. Yeah. Well, if Mohammed can't get to the mountain comes to Mohammed, I guess, right? We got down here and it couldn't get to the mean reversion, so the mean came up. There you go. However that saying goes. Let's see if I can do this. I'm not sure if I don't think this has any kind of a secret stuff that I'm not interested in. I mean, if just you two guys, I'm happy to share anything. I don't no idea how many people are lurking around here, but this is my static account for July, whatever this is, June through July. And there are no trades yet in August. This is pretty good. I mean, this is, if I could maintain this consistency and get these trades up at least one a week, it's a step in the right direction, near as I can tell. This is actually on all of these accounts in the combines. This is actually, this figure is up here, is about 2,700. So there's all of them would pass the combine and go into the XFA and with one more trade. This is the static thing, pretty cool, huh? And the way you do it is you enter your trades like this with your stats and stuff, and then you have put in your setups and the criteria for them, and then the graph, the plotting and whatnot. Pretty cool. This is all done by Rod and coded up by Rod. And I think he's working on then, this is an AI, ask static a question thing, which I can't get to work, and working on statistics and that kind of stuff. So it's encouraging. And take care, Antonio. Oh, well, there you go. Mister, I'm going on vacation. I'm in Portugal. I hope you go to the beach and see a bunch of fat girls. There you go. I'm sorry you don't feel good, man. Yeah, take good care of yourself. And brings up a really good point that I try to follow very definitely. And I recommend, if you're on tilt for any reason, you're not 100% health, you didn't sleep good, you had a 5-year significant other, you got hammered and are hungover, whatever it is, I don't get near trading. I stand here and narrate absolutely every day. And I will always do that. But clicking that mouse, no. So have a really great week, man. And yeah, get some rest, get well, get some good food, and there you go. Panda will be so disappointed, or jealous, I'm not sure which. Okay, dudes, where are we now? Yeah, I tell you, I realized here the last few days that I was, frustrated by not taking trades and other things going on, trying to figure out, what to do with life since the career's folded up. And I'm now relying 100% on, my focus is to rely 100% on trading because that's what I've got. And so after the markets, I would, have a bottle of Malbec and be looking at stuff and planning things and looking at the, whatever I have to look at or think about or do to do with the trading or the charts or something like that. And I was feeling like hammered crap every morning. I made a point of telling the girls that I'm not going to be drinking any wine or drinking anything for a while. I tell them that so that they can call me out if I, do. if my resolve weakens, but yeah. And I don't have any problem saying that. Certainly not I don't think an alcoholic problem, but if you start drinking a half a bottle of wine a night or something like that, just while you're relaxed over the space of and that's something that kind of surprised me because it would be, I'm talking about over 4 or 5 hours. That shouldn't really typically have an effect, but I suppose maybe my age is kicking into it also. And I just woke up a few mornings like yesterday feeling like crap. And I thought, ooh, I'm not going to do this anymore. So I'm not. Yep. I hope you do too. And have a great, safe trip wherever it is you're going or whatever it is you're doing. And if you have fun, do it in our honor, huh? Richard, what do you think? Well, I am certainly not disappointed that I didn't mechanically take a IB continuation and Looks like my suspicion of we're directional today, so now we're going to mean revert is, I'm certainly not saying that I'm a soothsayer, a fortune teller, or that that's any way to approach the market. But, when you have one of those suspicions, and looky here, paying out. I mean, it's panning out, not paying out, but panning out. And when I would try to explain this, like last night, the fellow was asking me what was exactly my trigger and my setup for the IB continuation trade. Well, this is essentially it. Would have been it. The main difference is, where is 930? Right there, right? 930 is there. So the statistic is set right here. The IB doesn't move anymore. We come up through it and we take out the statistic. We trade up, we trade back down. Now, we didn't come through it, which is one of the requirements. We did here, and we traded back up this way, but we didn't kind of hold up here at all, like, for example, over here. And that put me off just a little bit. I can't say I don't know how to articulate those nuances. And what I'm starting to understand about myself is that, at least for now, there is a point where discretion is the final piece of the puzzle. And I don't think that's a good thing, but it is. So there you are. Am I alive or what am I doing here? Yeah, okay. Now we are at a setup, not one I've vetted or that I'm trading, but this is one that's referred to as the VWAP to VPOC. That's the basic terminology for it. There's also a mid POC, but you have to I think it's important to recognize I'm looking at why the VPOC hasn't migrated up here yet. Anyway, you have to recognize the bigger picture, And this may go right back up here and be a perfect trade if somebody took it. Good for them. It's also a baby mean reversion if you think about it. Look at here. We're outside in, and we were outside in. So that is, by definition, those are the mean reversion trades, which is a trading philosophy of TLab and folks. These are I'm reviewing these things, thinking out loud, right? Because I'm nearing the position or the place in history where I believe I've gotten the vetting pretty well organized in my own mind for the IB trades. And I'm thinking about what I will work on next, because the object of the game is, as far as I understand it, or the way I'm going to play it, you need to have a few trades in your playbook or your few setups that you can rely on. And I'm trying to make sure that I have a diverse for both mean reversion or balanced rotational type days and also directional days. And I'm starting to notice the fact that I'm going to try to figure out a way to capture some statistics on the fact that we start out directional and then we flip into rotational real quick, like here. And the last 2 or 3 days was just the opposite. We start out like this and then we go like this at about 9:30. So that'll be an interesting thing to figure out. But very definitely mean reversion outside in, for here, and outside in. We haven't gone in from here yet, but there you go. And I would much rather stand here and feel embarrassed that I didn't take a trade and lose money and than to have taken the trade and lost money. Oh, see, I took my setup there. What's the goal? To be right? Absolutely not. The goal is to trade successfully. Right or wrong has got nothing to do with it. Predicting is, if you start thinking you can predict where price is going, you might as well go get something to do. This is my opinion, remember. I believe very strongly in the concept that your subconscious mind believes what you tell it. That's one of the reasons why I like streaming like this, because I'm verbalizing. Right? I try to never say anything negative. I certainly never berate yourself. Oh, I'm stupid. Oh, I'm real emotional. I can't control my emotions. Bullshit. You're an adult. Do you crap your pants? No, of course you don't. No different. Do you overtrade? Do you, just impulsively take trades? No. Any more than you don't do that, any more than you crap your pants. I mean, that's the way I look at it. And I don't have any ego about, I would love to have a huge P&L and be doing great. And that would be wonderful for myself, my family, my psychology, all those things, and to be able to help other people. I enjoy this stream. Not many people, but I'm happy to think that somebody may gain some benefit from it. In terms of, well, I'm going to do everything I'm going to do everything the opposite of what that old guy does, or whatever. You know what I mean? However the benefit is derived, then I think that's great. And again, the ultimate reason for this stream is it is my virtual trading journal. So there you go. That's my story, and I'm sticking to it, baby. What have we got going now? El Quieto, El Marketo. What did we do here? I haven't even... Well, we got a 413 to a 80, so we've got we got a 30 handle range here today. That's certainly plenty of room to make some money. Anybody that, did have a structured trade or just was lucky and took a long anywhere down in here and rode her up, good for them. I don't know, and I'm not trying to be a rear view mirror cowboy here or trader, influencer, but you do have to look back and sort of analyze what happened and maybe pick out something. What would I think happened here? I don't know. Nothing. There is a pile of levels right here, okay? And this is the overnight mid, the overnight VPOC. Those two levels right on top of each other, and right where we came down and hit just on the open, and I mean just on the open, 4 minutes in. So you could, maybe somehow you could bet how many times do we hit the overnight volume point of control in reverse or something like that, for X amount of points or something. Yeah. Here's a similar condition on the open. I have no statistic about that or any setup in mind. I'm just looking, right? I'm just looking at the chart. And I spend most of my time looking at Bookmap because that's the detailed chart that I have and use, as opposed to looking over here. I do have, here's a 1 minute, a 5 minute ES with some of the same stuff on it, and I can turn some of these things off and on, and turn the profile off or the profile on or whatever else it is, and study them from a point of view of a time-based chart. There's that. I have that, flexibility with IRT, and here's one for you. Here is a IRT heat map version that I put together, which I can trade from, no problem at all. There's the dome. Here's the heat map. Volume balls are essentially the same. You'll notice the price and the movement here of everything is the same. The price levels are incorporated right into the chart. My idea here was to try to have an alternative or a backup for Bookmap. The problem with this is it's real clunky as far as zooming in and out and stuff like that. It's not, and much as I don't hate to say it, I shouldn't say that. I mean, so far, nobody's gotten close to Bookmap, in my view. Jigsaw, which I've owned forever. Fantastic dome. I like Peter pretty well. He's up in Bangkok. They tried Auction Vista, which was a heat map idea. Real clunky. And then he put tried to glue a charting package around it, and I haven't looked at it for a while, but that was pretty terrible also. Not that Bookmap has, and Bookmap, I think probably one of the reasons why this is good is because that's the only thing they do. They're not trying to do a fancy dome or a book. They have the domes, and other people have contributed. I think there's a Dome Pro or something like that they have. I don't know. I don't use it. It should be stated that if it ain't broke, don't fix it guy. And if what I have is working, then that's that. This is my setup on Bookmap. This is my setup on IRT. And I don't change them. Unless there's a reason, I believe a valid reason to do so. Yesterday I was monkeying around with the background colors because I've noticed several of my colleagues have all these column backgrounds to black, which makes reading the numbers a little bit easier. But I noticed that this price marker line, which extends across the entire deal here, and I find nice because I can look over here and I can see where price is if I'm looking at the dome. You know what I mean? Once I turn those to black, that goes away, which I thought was kind of weird. Maybe I couldn't figure out why, actually. I assumed that if the background was black, that it would be it would just continue to be this white line or this grayed out line. I guess what it must be is a percentage color of the background somehow. I'll show you what I mean here. Change this color to black. Now watch. You see? The price marker's not happening. You can read these easier, or at least I can, but I like this price marker. So I had all these set up, and then I thought, I don't like that anymore. So I reverted back to the way it was. Unfortunately. But, those are all insignificant personal tastes, personal, stuff. Bells and whistles. That's all lipstick on the pig, That's not got anything to do with making money. Other than how you feel psychologically. One of the best examples that I think is important to think about frequently. Number one, this is not ever a situation of this is my way or the highway, There are an infinite number of ways to make money trading, and whatever works for you is absolutely what you should do. This is what I am comfortable with and is working out okay lately. And so this is where I'm going to stay. And I also don't believe system hopping does you any good, because you don't get into it enough to understand the nuances or get good at it, It's just like skiing or sailing or flying a plane or anything else. You can't do it for 2 weeks and be good at it, really. So once you decide on something that resonates with you, then it's a good idea to work on that and develop it. But I by no means am trying to infer by this stream or anything I say that this is the only way and the correct way to trade by any stretch. My example is the young guy who's a coach now at TopStep named Dakota. You can go to TopStep TV or Slow Markets, and see for yourself. He trades the NASDAQ primarily. He trades with TopStep X. No indicators, no volume at the bottom, no volume profile, a 5-minute chart, and then frequently a 100 tick chart side by side, and makes money hand over fist. There you go. Sweet. What a pleasure. Don't worry about this. And no, doesn't pay attention to, he knows about reports that are coming out in the morning, but he's not plotting this and plotting that and looking at the price levels and all this kind of stuff, And I admire that. I wish I could do that, for crying out loud. It's just nothing. This is TopStep X. No volume at the bottom. No volume profiles. No IVs. No anything. No mega trend or whatever this stupid thing is that somebody suggested I look at. Just the price. 5 minutes and then a 100 tick chart. This is the MNQ. He usually trades the NQ. So you don't have to do that, And I guess that's one extreme to the other extreme, which is some fella that's got 10,000 anchored VWAPs on their screen, or you know what I mean, and every indicator known to man. And if all that makes sense to them and they can trade profitably, that's exactly what they should do. I have nothing to say about that. I've even removed, if you might have noticed, I was looking at this the last couple of days. I've closed this down because I realized I never look at this stuff. I've removed the chart. You'll notice I removed the chart volume profile from here, which just plots a volume profile for what data is visible on the chart window. It didn't make any sense for me. And I never look at these lines down here, which I've gotten down to only 2, break even in the CVD. And when I'm in a trade, I have my break even and everything very well, much better view on the chart. So I figured, well, that's more real estate for me. Good for me. And I only occasionally glance down here. If I see if a big volume spike like this catches my eye, I'll look, what was that? Yeah. My primary focus is current price action, recent price action, and as I said in the pre-market, I try to make sure that the data I think is important for trading, for my trading, is right here in front of me on the hard right edge. That was the reason originally for the for flagging the micro composite, the migrating volume POCs, because like right here, you see, well, there's a bunch of them down here that have scrolled off the left of the screen. Now I've changed the look and the idea, which I like very much. And I think it was a Rod suggestion, if I give credit where it's due, to mark the session open and then keep the entire session in view the entire day until I'm anticipating interacting with the market, in other words, trading, and then I can zoom in to look for the target or the trigger and all that stuff. But there's no question in my mind what's going on with context right now. And I can see the migrating VPOCs and all those things. So these flags are not really that beneficial anymore, other than the fact that I can look over here and go, man, there's been a lot of, the VPOC has been all over the board today. Big jump from down here to up here. So there's a whole flurry of movement down here. Nothing up here. What's that mean? Well, we have this distribution off the open. Zoom through here where nobody was interested in trading much. And now we're building it out up here. This looks like, what does that say we're doing? Well, it looks to me like, and this is something that I mentioned the last couple of days, but I will do again. Market profile chart. Right here on the upper right. In market profile isms, or thinking, a P-shaped profile is indicative of short covering. A B-shaped profile, small b, is indicative of long liquidation. Look what we've done for the last 4 days. P-shape, B-shape, P-shape, B-shape, and now what are we doing? Looks like we're putting in a P, doesn't it? They're just trading the hell out of this thing, and they are making the biggest vat of retail soup known to man, They get everybody short. Well, here, they get everybody short, and they squeeze them. Now all these people that think we're going to the moon, Alice, long, and they squeeze them. And now all these people that are excited we're going to go down here and catch this, they squeeze them. And that's how it works. The market goes down to go up, goes up to go down. No question about it. And we're, gone 10:20 now. We're fast approaching the RTH 2 from RTH 1. just a great idea from Rod to kind of group or help categorize the trading day. Always before I would use hours, the hours of the day and the days of the week and stuff on my journals. He just divided the 407 or 405, whatever it is, minutes in the RTH session by 3. So there's the RTH 1, which, open till 10:45, and then RTH 2, and then RTH 3 to into the close. Just a way to identify or maybe jump out at you. Well, boy, I'm losing my ass in taking trades in RTH 2. I'm going to quit doing that. That's all. Just another way to categorize or group and review your performance against the market. Quiet day, disappointing. Yeah, in a way. I'm not disappointed that I didn't just blindly go where no one has gone before and have taken this resounding spanking right over here. 9:30. The IV sets. This doesn't move anymore. We take the statistic. What happens? Doesn't really put the context for the trigger for the IB continuation trade. We are also right up here at the no real levels above us. And this iceberg comes in and just sits on top of it. And it's still sitting there, by the way. It puts a lid on the pot. And we didn't get the trigger that I would have considered to be valid, to validate the entry of an IB continuation trade, even though that's what is suggested. That is the suggested trade setup in a directional market. So what's happened about 4 days this week, we've started out one way and turned around the other. Today we started out directional, and then we started being balanced and rotational. Boom, 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 boom. The last 2 or 3 days, we started out like this, and around 9:15 or 9:35 or something, 9:40, we took off in a direction. And I actually articulated that in a stream here earlier when I said, I'm half worried. In the back of my mind, I'm thinking they're going to do just the opposite today. And sure shit, that's what they've done so far. Not that I'm a soothsayer or that's anything to hang your hat on, but hey, I'm happy. I'm happy I didn't try to go long and get stopped. I'm not happy that I haven't gotten a trade off this week because I need to do that. Ideally, I would like to have my playbook of vetted trades, or whatever you want to call it, my clip of vetted trades, arsenal, whatever, to be able to have a valid setup in whichever context and trade condition we're in for a valid trade a day, one a day, minimum. And there's guys that just die laughing at that when they've got 15 off in the first 4 minutes. And good for them. It doesn't suit my temperament or the way I look at the market, the way I think. If you've got any, if you're just lurking about the stream, smack the thumbs up, subscribe, drop something in the chat, send me money, pick one. Any of those options are valid. Well. 3 holes in the ground, right? What the hell are we doing? I don't know. Nothing. That doesn't look to me like. What is this? Where am I here? There we go. Well, what is going on? Exactly the big nothing here. Aiming for IPO Fannie Mae and Freddie Mac later this year. Why would he want to do that? Oh boy. I'm not sure what to think, actually. Not sure what to think. And at this point in my life, that's not a particularly good feeling. If you know what I mean. What did we do, boys and girls? Well, here we go. This is the this is the RTH session, remember? So this is yesterday. This morning. And here we are. This is the ES Mini, NQ Mini, Micro Composite, Market Profile. P, B, P, B, P. Short covering, long liquidation, short covering, long liquidation, short covering. What are they doing? They're trading the hell out of them. I also plot and push the levels for the micros. Same exact setup in my charting, so I didn't really change things around there, but there's that. That's a fact, Jack. What is the volume now? It was real low. It was like 80%. Remember this morning? Well, they brought it back up now. It's just under 100%. So the volume has picked up through the course of the days so far. That's a good thing. Ooh, what happened here? There we go. Clicked the wrong button. All right. What have we got? So we got a not quite a % change yet on the ESs. Yes, gold is, or crude. GC gold, I'm sorry. Gold is up 1.1%. There you go. Well, there we go. So these mean reversions are working out pretty spectacularly if that's what you're trading. From the extreme low volume nodes here in this liquidity, outside in. See what happens. Up here was outside in. Let's see where we go. Those are none of my setups. I'm working on only vetting the IBs, the 2 IB trades now. And so I'm not even interested, or I'm interesting to watch, narrate, but I have no intention of engaging other than the IBs. And at this point in the day, we are approaching this IB high, right? Would I think about trading that? We've taken out this liquidity just now. Here's the IB high. Will we pierce it? And is this iceberg gonna sit, which was the lid? They put the lid on the pot right here. And this guy with his 55 have held all day so far. All the session up till now. This is an interesting little flurry we're having up here, huh? Buy delta, buy delta. We do now have excess at the top of this profile. So if you're Jim Dalton, it's okay. If you're new here, welcome to the chat or welcome to the stream. It's my virtual journal. The narration gives insight as to what I'm thinking or seeing. And of course, the video are my charts. This is IRT. And this is Bookmap. Excuse me. Oh, he brought that iceberg down. Look at there. brought it down to trade out right there. That's pretty interesting, isn't it? He put the lid on the pot and held his ground this entire time. We came up here and traded out just below the initial balance high. And this person decided that was plenty of time. 950 contracts. Traded out right there. Wow. And this guy decided to come down here and trade him here. Got quite a pile of liquidity living above us. Look at that. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 1,000, about 1,000, 1,100 contracts up there on the offer. Not exactly a target-rich environment for me. This would be more of a looking at it from not looking at it from the IB trade perspective, but this is more of a mean reversion later in the day, right? Which would be outside in. It's like down here we were outside in. If you're thinking about that working one of those mean reversion trades or those mean reversion setups into your plan, they are only applicable in a balanced market, right? So that eliminates directional markets from trading. And in this case, for example, how much meat's on the bone? Well, here we have 9 or 10 to 2, right? So there's 8 points there. That's pretty good. Definitely scale. You could definitely reach your risk neutral scale, but it would not be, you'd have to get past the POC, which is by definition the target. If it's a mean reversion, your target is to revert from the outside edge or the excess to the mean. So if you're going to get to my risk or my 2-lot risk neutral package, I need 12 points to the second target. So that means I've got to get past mean, past VWAP in order to get there. And actually get down here to my T2, to the T2 target. So those are things that I think about when I'm anticipating whether I would engage or not. That's not on the cards today because I am vetting for the last month or so. I've been vetting the IB trades, and that's what I will continue to do until I have enough data to establish and confirm for myself that there is a good positive statistical edge there. And then I'll move on to the next one, and I'll have the IB trades in my playbook. Here we go as an interesting way to look at these kind of things, though. There we pierced the IB, but didn't get anywhere. Sold back down to here. Okay, let's pretend you are fast, Mr. Mouse Clicky Boy, and you got in at 10.5 short. Well, you didn't make... Oh, you may have just made to the tick your risk neutral scale, which is 3 points. At which point, you put on your helmet and put your feet up and let her play, man. Let her rep. I got to go put some stuff in my eyes. Are driving me crazy. The air quality here just completely sucks, I guess, or it's old quality on it. I'm not encouraging anybody to take that trade. I'm just, remember, this is my virtual journal, and I'm essentially talking to myself in terms of this narration, so that I have an idea when I review this stream in tonight, next weekend, 2 years from now, what I was thinking at this moment. And I'm thinking this is not a place to short. Is what I'm thinking. I think there's still, I need to remember, we need to be aware of the fact that they had the lid on this right here. Buying, buying, buying. And all these guys, oh, we're going down. Guess where their stops are? They're all living right up here. I think it's a very, very high likelihood that we're going to come up through this previous high and get to, I mean, the current high, which is right over here, and take out the previous high, and who knows what's above us. Well, there's the Globex high. Here's that all-time high in the RTH session. Above that is the all-time high in the ETH. So, you know, and there we've done exactly that. We've taken the high, we've taken the previous RTH high, and I happen to know that Rod is now a happy guy because he's had his target hit. And there you have it. So this liquidity that's been parked out over here since whenever that was, 9 o'clock this morning, just got taken out. Got an iceberg of 142 selling into stops of 141. Here's our day. This is, you know, just to repeat for new folks or whatever. At the start of every session, I throw this line on the chart, and then I can, because my new thinking is that I keep the entire session visible on the heat map chart here. And when I want to, you know, when I anticipate engaging with the market, I can zoom in at that point. But this way I have a complete reference of context, VPOC migrations, which kind of means I don't need to have these as much as I will always probably do so, because the column is very important with the statistics. So, you know, what harm is it to have some extra flags? And it gives me an idea of where we're doing a lot of trading, because I know we've got 3 VPOC migrations right here, and then we got a big gap, and we got 4 or 5 of them down here. So what did we do? Well, we put in a fractal or a distribution here, and then pretty much clean. Now we've got the bigger one up here. And what are we going to do? We're going to go north. That last bump very definitely took out that statistic on the previous high and put in a very definite excess up here. Okay. Happy Friday, boys and girls. It's 31 here today. If you're a Fahrenheiter, that's 88 degrees. Central Standard Time. All times on my charts and that I refer to are all Central Standard Time. So there's that. Probably good to point out with people coming and going. Yeah, there we go. Here's our day so far. And in hindsight, you know, looking backwards, depending on where we end this thing up, this is going to be, well, there you go. And, we, you know, buy the dip. What is going on? Speaking of dips, what's going on over here? Earnings have kind of wound off. That's good. No, this, I'm not sure what this means, actually. First of all, I can't imagine what he would have to meet with the Armenian president all day for. But you would think by the timing that it means at 13:30, which is, you know, a couple hours. I don't know what the all day part's about, but anyway. I refer to those, anything to do with the administration as a random risk, because you never know. You know, it's random. They may say something, they may not. Maybe market moving, may not. There are, you know, obviously a few of them who are real microphone and camera friendly. So that's kind of something that we've never really dealt with in the markets, in my experience. Typically we have, you know, numbers and things which now don't have near the significance that they used to have, because everybody knows they're going to be just pretty much rigged, fake. Really disappointing, but that's the case. There's the Fed news, which is always important. They're trying to get their fingers into that and rig that too. So, wow, I don't know. Those were numbers that were planned. They were on the docket, and we could plan for them. PMI, you know, the labor, the jobs markets, the housing starts, all that kind of stuff were all things that were on the docket. And now it seems that the market is much more sensitive to the random risks. Especially with, you know, anything to do with tariffs or the uncertainty around all of that. We were penalizing China for buying oil from Venezuela. 2 weeks ago, we give Chevron the green light to pump oil and sell from Venezuela. I mean, it doesn't seem consistent. Within the past couple of weeks, we've signed trade deals with certain nations, and then beginning of this week, we slapped additional tariffs and changed those trade deals around. And so it's inconsistent. It makes it tough for us to plan as traders. And Jesus, imagine if you're trying to run a country, you don't know what kind of a deal you're going to have with your, you know, export and income and all those things. Must be really tough, I guess. Maybe that's the point. Maybe that's the goal. I don't understand it, but I guess that's the point. I don't understand it. There we are, boys and girls. We've got we've got excess on the top now. It's pretty much of a short covering profile, pretty well P-shaped. A little more balanced than it has been. Day before yesterday was absolutely a P-shaped profile. This is a little more balanced now, but yeah. And if you were a clever Trevor and you got long anywhere down here, or, you know, you should be proud of yourself. You did this mean reversion and it wouldn't meet my criteria for meat on the bone or range requirement or things like that, but that's just the way I look at it. And I'm pretty risk averse and pretty conservative. Not pretty, a lot. Greatly. Mucho. Todo. If you're new here, slap it, and you're just lurking about, slap a thumbs up, drop something in the chat so we know you're okay. You haven't passed out and hit your head on the desk or something, you know. I will probably go foraging here before too long. Oh, good looking gal keeps walking by. I might have to slide out there and say hi. Friday, fairly typical price action for a Friday. You know, kind of a flurry at the, and it's the end of a big earnings hoop-de-doo also. You know, we had the drama of the, last week was incredible in terms of earnings and numbers, you know, capped off at the end by the world famous, let's fire the guy that puts out the numbers that I don't like, and you know what I mean? Wow. There was a lot of drama last week. I'm not upset that we're being a bit reflective this week. Yesterday was not, you know, yesterday was long liquidation and pretty much of a trend day. One thing that's interesting to point out, or that I should point out, it's typically, there's a consensus of opinion that there is no value area in a trend day. Because the nature of a trend day is traders are searching, you know, it's a price discovery day or period or session. They're trying to find a price that is agreeable for both sides to trade. That's the thinking. So in a sense, yesterday doesn't have a value area, really, because it was a trend day. Now, the charting, of course, is going to plot this as if there. Come on, man. As if there's a trend, as if there's a value area, and you could make a case that there is, because the charts is going to group 70% of the volume in the traded session into this area and color it blue, right? That's the way I have it set up. It's actually the first standard deviation, which is all the value area is actually 68.7 or something like that. But everybody, to make it easy for everybody to understand and align with other people, you know, Tom or whoever, I settled on 70% of the volume. But by technical definition by Stottlemyre or whomever, there is no value area really in a trend day. So there's that little bit of info. A little tidbit there. And what that means kind of is I would not put a lot of importance on the value area or the value area low, for example. You know, the difference between the value area high and the value area low, as they differ from the developing value area low and high. Developing indicates or denotes this current auction. Value area high or low is for the previous auction, and that's why I changed my charts from full session to day session only. That way, the value area high and the value area low reflect this day, which is yesterday's RTH. If I didn't change them, the value area high and low would reflect the overnight session, which just ended. And that would confuse people in the TLab or wherever who a lot of people, as I mentioned, I share these levels freely and openly with anybody that wants them, these session prices. So to avoid confusing a bunch of people, that's the way I try to do it. Okay. Kind of sleepy, bored. I'm getting kind of hungry and maybe sleepy, and you know, could be nap 30. You never know. This price action right here around. I am working on the IBs, as I've said ad nauseum. The day type at this point didn't suggest IB failure, which is what turned out to be perfect. Right? There's a perfect IB failure and no heat, and down you go. Isn't that rearview mirror amazing? If we could only trade the rearview mirror, wouldn't that be sweet? Ooh. So there's where our statistic, there's where the IB sets. Here's where the statistic is taken. We don't really get an IB continuation trigger. And I wasn't looking for, anticipating, or I didn't switch gears quick enough to take the IB failure. And that's the third day this week that's happened. The other 2 days were the opposite. We were rotational and it turned out IB continuation, and today we were directional and it turned out IB failure. Go figure. My data set and my confidence is not such that I am automatically taking the trigger without some discretion. I'm still relying on discretion for the final decision, and that's probably not good. That's something that I want to move past. But I recognize it, and I'm pointing it out here, articulating it here. And what, I'm not trying to say I'm rearview mirror trading. What I'm trying to do is make examples. Remember that this is my stream, and one of the reasons, besides transparency and accountability, one of the reasons I stream to YouTube is it's probably more permanently recorded than it is on my local stuff. Or not, and most importantly, I can view it or review it on any device. Otherwise, I have to be standing here in front of my machines to do it. So, yeah. How would I have noticed? How would I? I'm really going to need to analyze this week. I guess the real tell that I missed was the lid on the pot here. You know, this iceberg not lifting off or trading out, and these delta buyers got no place in a big hurry. Then we got down under and didn't get back up to this level again. I'm trying to figure out how I should have recognized that and flipped the switch to a IB failure. One of the problems that is glaring to me at this point is the contradiction, or it's juxtaposition. You know, it's can't think of the right words. It's contrary to the range requirement. What do we got? We got 3 to 10. That's 7 handles. I mean, the scale is no problem. And the typical range requirement was when it used to be a hard point in my trading plan, and now I've made it more of an arbitrary or discretionary point. I could not an entry was not valid if I didn't have an unobstructed path to my risk neutral scale. Meaning, if I was going to enter here, I needed to have a minimum of 3 points without any obstacle in the way, no line, level, whatever. Okay, that would qualify here, no problem. But by the very nature of the definition of the mean reversion, which is the IB failure, here's the mean. So where am I going? I get to scale, and then I got another handful, 3 or 4 points to the mean. That is the ultimate target in a mean reversion. In order to get to my T2, my second target in the risk neutral package setup, I got to be down here. So I need to really think about that. There needs to be a wider range or distance from entry to the mean on those mean reversion or IB failure trades. That's something I got to really go through. And I really recommend you don't do, those are things that you decide and you work out in your study period away from the live market. And I very definitely suggest never making trades to your trade plan during the trading day. That's something you need to do with a clear head. If you're tired tomorrow, whatever it is, but not during the actual trading period, because you may not be thinking exactly clear then, because there's different emotional triggers happening. Can be. So there you go. Anybody that got short on that pop up there is puckering right now, and I don't know what I would think about an IB long either. Are we going to get around to the IB continuation now after all this time? I don't know. What I immediately see is lower highs, lower lows until now. And from an IB continuation trade, there's only 2 points or a point and a half to the first obstacle. and then another 2 points to the next obstacle. And so that's not conducive to a good IB continuation trade. Not that these obstacles are some sort of magical thing, but they are places that that draw traders' attention and provide a possibility or an area where trade can react right here, right now. Developing value area high. Bunch of selling, we didn't get any place. Now they've reacted back down here. What's going to happen? Is it going to come back down in your face if you got long on this continuation? Or is it going to get, come right and keep going up? Who knows? That's the point about these levels, or these obstacles, I call them. Basically the levels. And I'm not saying I have an answer, right? I'm just talking out loud, talking to myself. I think I heard my wife call. I got to go check out what that little devil's up to. And looks like that IB continuation was not the right idea. Darn, I'm glad I didn't do that. Have to really analyze this and come up with a way to recognize the changes in behavior. And a VPOC migration here. Basically, this day is a wash for me. Good for you, Richard. That's exactly the right approach. Stick to your guns, and yeah, no problem. Throw your mouse out the window, dude. You too. Have a great weekend, and I hope you get some sunny weather out there. The few times I went to England, I was real fortunate. Went to Leeds Castle and down to Brighton, and then spent that week and a half or 10 days or something up in Durham. So I was real lucky with weather. And a couple of times at the office in Teddington, and then can't remember where the other one was. Yeah, so that's the extent of my English experience, my UK experiences. Have a great weekend. As it turns out, that 63.91 would have been a good one for you, actually, but Hindsight is pretty clear, isn't it? I'm going to step aside here. The just had a family intervention. The two cats came in and said, I need a shower, and they insist. See if I can find something to eat and be back to pick this up where we left off. Thanks for stopping by the stream. Drop a like, put something in the chat. Take a quick run through the roses here. Let's see. Here's our micro composites. Here we are with essentially matching highs or today, yesterday, non-farm payroll. This is the market profile for the ES. I've talked about that quite a bit today. We had a P shape, B shape, P shape, B shape. Now we're in a P shape. Short covering, long liquidation. Short covering, long liquidation. Short covering, you know. They're just trading them. They're trading the hell out of them. Making big pots of retail soup. Get them all long and hit the stops. This is the ES Mini and the NASDAQ Mini. And Bookmap. I try to, my new thing lately is to keep the entire session in view. And I mark the session start with this blue line just so I don't have to think about the time or anything. I can glance left, and if I see that blue line, I know I'm in business. Otherwise, I got to fix it. You know, I got to scroll it in. What else we got? Kick on the next music thing here. Oh, well, what the hell. We have that questionable deal with the random risk at about 13:30, and then who knows what after that, or not. There used to be a habit of government to put out nasty, questionable releases after the market on Friday so that people would not notice and react violently through the weekend, you know, into a weekend, and kind of be over it by Monday. That used to be a real common practice. These guys don't, they don't mind what day, what time. They're rocking the boat, baby. Seems like to me. All right, I'm going to mute this bad boy off and go cater to the cat's wishes here and look for something to eat. And I'll be right back directly. I'm hoping. Now here's a series of those same things I was talking about a minute ago. Here's the IB. Assuming that you're going to, imagining that the IB failure is going to continue to be the trade. Outside in, where's in? Well, there's the mean. There's absolutely, what is that, a point? So that's not doable. And there are others that are looking at this as a VPOC migration. So they're looking at this for a trade north. For any two traders can have absolutely opposed opinions about the market, and both can be right, depending on the fractal or the time frame you're in. That's the secret, really, is that fractal or that time frame. And I'm not saying that we're not going to bust out of here and just go ripping up higher to new all-time highs. Who the hell knows? But it's going to do that without me.
Deixa de preguiça, deixa o cobertor, deixa que hoje eu vou ser o teu calor. Sei que tá friozinho, já sei como é. Sei que o nosso amor
horas que pasé en aquel bus. No entiendo bien por qué mi abuelo distraído se bajó sin mí. Yo seguí. Acapulco no era un lugar para una niña de mi edad. Con solo 4 años enfrenté la soledad. Del bus debí pasar y la calle caminar. Y a pesar del miedo que me dio, no pude ni llorar. Era la niña perdida. El chico me preguntó. No había entendido que esa niña era yo. Después de 6 horas encontré donde bajar. Crucé la calle, di con el lugar. Se abrió la puerta y todo mi mundo me abrazó. Estaba sola frente al mar. Nunca me voy a olvidar. Estaba sola frente al mar. Acapulco tus noches llenas de amor. Corazón, hablarle en poesía, cantarle a tu alma y llenarla de ilusión. Amor, te quiero dar amor cuando sientas dolor. Quiero acompañarte hasta que te salga el sol. Besar todas tus lágrimas y darte todo mi amor. Ay, amor, jamás seré tu dueña. Yo quiero que me elijas cada día por amor. Corazón, todo lo que viví fue para prepararme y reconocer tu amor. Amor, te quiero dar amor cuando sientas dolor. Quiero acompañarte hasta que te salga el sol. Besar todas tus lágrimas y darte todo mi amor. Amor, te quiero dar amor cuando sientas dolor. Quiero acompañarte hasta que te salga el sol. Besar todas tus lágrimas y darte todo mi amor.
Well, what's happening here? Are we rich yet? I'm guessing not. Well, that was a good lunch and now I'm sleepy. So let's see now. Pushed our daily high up a little bit here. And nothing that would have been of any interest to me. At this point in the game. I guess you could make a case for the IB continuation here, but no, it's happening in Toontown. That probably didn't work out like somebody had planned. Wow. Okay, that's not very interesting. Again with the, this is borderline just a rotational profile here. It's still pretty much of a B, but P, sorry. Here's our week. Non-farm, gap down, week. Today, Thursday, Wednesday, Tuesday, Monday, today. Yeah. Pretty. What kind of a day will what kind of an hour will our power hour bring? What do you guys reckon? What do you reckon will happen here? In the grand scheme of things, excuse me. Yeah, just basically an up day. Pretty much says it all right here. I'm certainly not disappointed that I didn't participate here in all this fun. I always have to remind myself that there are 3 positions in trading. There's long, short, and flat. Today I was flat. There's some way here that Rod has put this graph in ticks. Somewhere or another. So, let me see now. Let me see. Well, it's a beautiful Friday afternoon, if that means anything. It's, yeah. Something going on down here. But I don't see what. Well, Okay, that's not anything I'm worried about. It's a fantastic 34C here. $34C, baby. Which is something. It's a lot in Fahrenheit, 91 or something. Well, I better find a... The NASDAQ's been quite a nice maneuver all day. It's been pretty much the same as the ES. If you look at it on the grand scheme, you know, of course, if you're a internet influencer, well, then you have a rear view mirror trading powers, and so you know that you got long right here, and you've been long all day, and you got a new Lambo. I, unfortunately, am not that guy. Well, the final power hour of the week. As soon as this water gets hot, I'll fill up my tea glass here and we'll take another spin around the horn and see what magic is going to happen here in the last hour. All right, here we go. Well, opening drive was just straight up. We opened just a little bit higher in range. And then haven't really looked back. We had this one pullback essentially, and that's about it. The NQ. We are definitely in a P-shaped profile up here. This is market profile, by the way. Here is the micro composite. This is just an RTH session chart, and these are one-day bars. Wherever price overlaps, I draw a volume profile around them, and by doing that, it generates a micro composite VPOC, and these red and green lines here represent the high and low volume nodes of the micro composite, and they push automatically to Bookmap. The session prices here. And where are we in terms of volume and whatnot? Well, volume is still just under 100%. It was pretty low this morning. We're in the 80s in the first hour. Oh, this is our ATR. We're clear down to 2.5 point. And the harmonic rotations. Daily, this is a daily, full session daily. And this is open interest. The SPX, they didn't have a very good day on that side of the world. Something to pay attention to for sure. These are the micros, of course, the same exact setup for as the minis, but I pushed these session prices for people that need those. And we're under a 1% move on any of the indices that I track here. Can't talk yet. Yeah, well, basically a big hurry up and wait. Zoom. This shook a lot of people out, but not a day to trade my setup, which is the IB highs. IB, the two initial balance trades, and so I didn't. Am I upset about that? Well, no. I didn't make any money. I didn't lose any money. And in reality, none of these moves well, actually, I've talked about this one before, but let's look at it some more. Here we approached the initial balance statistic. Remember that it sets at 9:30. So before 9:30, I think this was continuing to move up. At 9:30, right there, this initial balance, high and low, are not going to move anymore. Price comes up through and takes out the statistic. So the statistic has been set. The 97.7% probability in all four open types has been satisfied. And that's looking back over 2,000 days. At this point in the day, maybe I can show you that this way. At this point in the day, the volume profile was very, very definitely directional. And that indicates or suggests the IB continuation. I mean, think about it. That's what the context has been all up until right here. Is there any place that would suggest rotational or mean reversion to you? It doesn't to me. So this is where the statistic has been taken out. Right there. Then we don't come back through it. We don't come back through it. We come back through it here. Test up for a minute and then down. In theory, that is here for sure is a pretty classic IB failure setup and trigger. And it's real important to notice. Let me get over here a little bit further if I can. See if I can get to the end of this iceberg up here. Look how long that guy was in there. Look how long they sat on these orders. Wow. I can't do it. Okay. Let me remind you that this iceberg came in the market at 9:33. And they kept the lid on this market until 11:09. At which time they dropped down here and took them and decided nobody was going to come up and hit them, and they came down here and filled it. So this iceberg essentially kept the lid on the pot. Buyers didn't get anywhere. Buyers didn't get anywhere. Remember that these dots here, these balls or whatever you call them, they can be 3D. I can set them to 3D, which looks kind of pretty, but I don't think I need to waste the computational space. They are colored by delta. So if it's a green dot or ball, it's a bubble, whatever you want to call it. That means that the delta is buy. Delta here is sell. The buyer's delta. They don't get anywhere. They don't get it. Thank you. They don't get anywhere. And then down we come. Okay, this test up here. Now my problem, I guess, is that at this point, at that point in the day, with the profile looking like this, the last thing I'm thinking about is mean reversion or a rotational day. And that's the correct way to think, I believe. As it turns out, if you get short right here, what happens? Well, what is that? 11? 10 and a half? 98? Just barely. If you were really spot on with your order, you would just barely have gotten both targets out to this pullback low. Now wait, we're going to get a little, okay, we got some more down space. So you could come up here, no heat, and down you go some more, which was pretty, completely counter to the setup as I've defined it, and the the theory behind the IB failure and the IB continuation. So I don't have a problem with the fact that I didn't take that. I will also say that this week, there's been 2 or 3 days now when that's been a similar idea, similar thing has happened. The market action and the context has indicated one way, an IB failure or IB continuation, and turns out that the opposite trade worked. So there you go. How I'm going to learn to identify that and learn from that and trade it, I don't know. But I've recognized that I need to, so that's a start, isn't it? I think so. If you're just wandering through the stream, drop a like, subscribe would be great, and put something in the chat room. So communicate, reach out, say something. Where are you? Where are you from? Who are you? Whatever. Hmm. And now we're going to close the day out over here. We're approaching the final curve here, the final run for the roses. There's no more news or random risk that I am aware of. I still have no idea what the White House meeting with the Armenian PM. First of all, it says all day, but I don't see. But the timing is 13:30, so you got me. I guess perhaps it was tentatively scheduled all day or for some point in the day, and then later down the road they got the word that it was going to be at 1:30, I guess, or 13:30. I don't know. No other apparent random risk on the horizon here, so that's so it looks like they're going to try to take over the IRS now. That's pretty interesting. Yeah. I see no other pending disasters. And we could get a squeeze up to the all-time high. Excuse me. Wow. Sorry about that. Yawning on the mic, huh? Mute button's too far away. We could get a squeeze here up to the new all-time highs. You never know. It would not be out of the realm of possibility because we really don't have any excess at the top at the moment. We have excess. You see this comes down to a point on the profile. Pretty much the same on the market profile over here. Typically by the sheer function of an auction, prices go to a certain level and they dwindle down and dwindle down and dwindle down until pretty soon there's nobody going to take that price anymore. And it turns around and goes the other way. That's how an auction works. And that's supposed to be the idea of the thing here. And so, let's see here now. Okay. Yeah, throw something in the chat, somebody. If these session prices I push from my IRT to here in Bookmap, I also share these freely to anybody that can use them. And I, a couple of different sites and rooms use them extensively. Have to just put something in the chat that you're interested. We'll make a plan and get you the what this turns out to be for you on your end would be a URL link to a Google Drive file. I start pushing these at 1700 on Sunday night, and they continue through 1600 today, 24/7, and they're accurate in real time. And then you can, if you're using Bookmap, this is a Cloud Note column. You just put that URL in the Cloud Notes, and these miraculously appear before your very eyes. Magic. It's all magic. I do magic stuff. I have a pointy hat and a, big, tall, pointy hat and a magic wand, a long beard, and all that, Nothing could be further from the truth. And one of the things that I try to stress a lot here in the stream, nothing that I do is complicated, difficult. None of these numbers, none of these statistics, none of these price levels, the concepts of, IB continuation, IB failure, VPOC migration, none of those things are complicated or hard. It's all math, statistics, common sense. Anybody that tries to tell you some magic thing, you got to buy something from them, My suggestion is to just tip your hat and keep walking, keep moving. But people make millions of dollars doing that. I think the best ones are the guys that sell mentoring without any proof that they themselves are a successful trader. That I find pretty amazing. Seems to be a lot of that going around. The stream comes up every morning at 8 o'clock when I do a introduction and setup and look at the numbers for the day and the week, and then pre-market what we expect is going to happen for the opening trade, and then the open. And then 7 hours later, we approach right now. We're at 6 hours and 25 minutes into the stream. The reason for that is absolutely no trade is ever taken off the stream. This is 100% transparent and full accountability. So there can be no question about that. That's the whole point. Remember that it's my virtual journal, right? So who am I trying to kid or cheat? Me? How dumb is that? Mirror, mirror on the wall. Huh? But the point of the story is that I set out in the beginning to have this stream be absolutely transparent and fully accountable. So I realized after about 2 days, well, the stream has to go the whole day because I may have an opportunity arise where I want to take a trade, or a trade presents itself, and I can't or didn't because the stream was closed down, and that would break my rule or my commitment. I do keep a pretty fairly thorough timestamp chapters record. It's automatic on OBS, kind of. I use a hotkey to key the different ones. And then that is transferred to the description of the stream after the stream closes every evening, so that when you pull the stream up again to revisit it, there's a chapter list there. Where obviously nobody's going to watch 7 hours of whatever of trading. I mean, you certainly can if you want to, but I review these streams, and another reason I push them to YouTube is because I can then review them on any device, which is pretty handy. I don't have to be standing here. And that's the reason I put those chapters in. I can go to the various chapters. Missed vetted trade or whatever it is. Looking ahead for the week, for next week, I guess we can do that. Numbers for next week. Nothing on Tuesday. Is Monday a holiday? That's bizarre that there are no events on Monday. Huh. The Tuesday we come out swinging with CPIs and federal balance sheet, the OPEC monthly report. These are all early in the morning. Wednesday we've got the crude number as usual, and FOMC Bostic speaking. They're all busy jockeying for jobs, I guess. Thursday we got PPI, and Friday retail sales, etc. I'm surprised about Monday. Earnings. One report on Monday, one Tuesday, Cisco on Wednesday, 4 or 5 on Thursday, and nothing on Friday, if you want to believe this. And I do. So that's what it's going to be, more or less a muted day as far as numbers and things, which I have noticed lately increases our random risk potential. There's a dangerous guy right there. That sailor is the king of the Ponzi schemes, that guy, in my opinion. All right, here we go. We've turned the corner. We are officially in the home stretch here for Friday afternoon. My philosophy and my trade management is based on a risk neutral. That's the name of the channel too, by the way. Risk neutral philosophy, and it goes like this. This is the smallest risk neutral trading package you can use. They need to be in even numbers. So this is the smallest package. 2 lots. You determine, however, makes the most sense to you in terms of account size, risk, daily drawdown, whatever parameters you have on your trading and your risk appetite. Also, you can use ATR, factor in ATR, harmonic rotations, whatever, chicken bones, voodoo, whatever, however you determine it, you come up with a stop that makes sense to you for the volatility in your account and everything of the market that you're trading. And that stop is for the entire package. The minute you have this figured out, these two, the risk neutral first scale is automatic because it is for the same amount of ticks in the positive direction as the stop is in the negative. and it's for half of the package. The thinking is that the minute you achieve this risk neutral scale, your trade is risk neutral. There is the worst you can possibly do is scratch. Now, obviously, if you're really undisciplined or don't think about it and move your stop away from entry, all bets are off. You've just eliminated the whole story. The key is that the stop for all of the package is at this number of ticks, and that never changes. Ever period case closed. Never gets bigger. Obviously, once you're in a trade and you've gotten your T1 and maybe you've made some more progress on your in the market or in direction towards T2, you can trail your stop up positively, but never ever do you widen it out. And then you have the runner for the balance of the contract. 4 lot example, guess what? 4 lots, 12 ticks, 2 contracts, 12 ticks, and 2 runners. Back in April when we had, Insurrection Day or whatever he called it, with such high volatility, here's four lots and 24 tick range because the volatility was so great. Whatever you come up with, that's the risk neutral package, and that's how you trade it. And with multi-brackets, the minute you enter your trade, you can put your entry resting in a limit order, or you can, click enter at market. And the minute that happens, the entry will be there, the targets will be there, the stop will be there, and then you let it play out. Hands off. Works out pretty well. My goal is approaching trading as a sustainable, consistently profitable business, not a video game or gambling or. And so that's why I'm really religiously focused and disciplined about vetting the trades that I'm doing and taking that trade and the risk neutral setup and those things. And that's what you have to be. You have to put your mind in a business mind, in the mindset of a business. This is not about adrenaline rush or video game or, Captain Evil or whatever, whatever Doctor, whatever his name is. What's that guy's name? Not Dr. Evil. That was Austin Powers. Anyway, you know what I mean. It's not about that. It's about, and I'm not an internet guru, influencer guy who's making my money trying to be flash in the pan with a big YouTube audience. Of course, if I had was paid by YouTube for whatever reason, I would happily take the money. But those guys are all about making it real dramatic and, taking risks and doing those kind of things that intrigue traders who aren't maybe necessarily focused on making it a business, but are intrigued by the game side of it or the gambling side of it. And good for them. But that's not where I'm at or the purpose here. So I think that has outlined the business. I've explained the IB trades a lot of times and why I'm focusing on them. I've discussed here why I didn't take the expected trade today, which was right somewhere, right over here. And not any of these either, to be honest with you. And there you are. That's my story, and I'm sticking to it, by golly. And any other opinions or questions or anything, I would be great. Great to have a dialogue. I'm not sure. This site is supposedly dubbed into a whole bunch of different languages. So if that's the case and you're picking this up on a dub or a translation, throw whatever, you have a question in the chat, you don't have the way to translate it, throw it in the chat in your language, and if I can't, if it's not something I can easily figure out, I will definitely grab it off the chat, and I think I can do that. Come to think about it, I'm not sure. I'm not sure if it's a two-way thing with Google or not. That's kind of interesting. I don't know if I can copy someone else's text and then paste it to Google and chat. That would be interesting. I don't see that option there. Oh, wait a minute. That's not mine. I got it now. No. I don't see the option to copy anybody's text. So I don't get it. And I don't know how to turn off this purple top fans thing. I don't think it bothers anybody, but it is kind of weird. I don't know how to turn that off. I don't think there's a way. I think it's something YouTube's trying to do. They think is cool. Oh baby, 1440. The next and last potential auction disruption or auction moving input would be the market on close orders, which are at 1450. The last couple of days, they have been the epitome of a nothing burger. Yesterday, I was talking along, watching the chart. I didn't even notice we turned 1450. There was exactly no movement. It was pretty funny. And, there we are. No harm, no foul. At various points, I might need to make a few more chapters to do with reviewing potential trade locations or something like that, and why I didn't take them, or the thinking, the logic, or something like that. Might have to do that. What I typically do, and I recommend to anyone, do these kind of things. You think about changes to your trade plan, capturing data, doing your statistical analysis in your study period away from the live market. And by all means, do not make changes in your trade plan during a live trading day. I don't think that's a good idea. I think you should treat those seriously and with thought, right? Unemotional, perhaps tweaked, or adrenaline, whatever you want to call it, influences on your brain, which happens to a lot of people in the markets. Some people say things or ask questions that I find just like maybe it sounded better on the inside before they typed it or said it out loud. I have a commitment to only trade or vet the IB trades, the IB, C or F. But I just can't help myself, and I entered 6 trades today. Did you hear yourself say that, dude? You're an adult person, What are you talking about? It's so weird to me. Yeah, I mean, it's just basic. But I think a lot of it, I think that thinking comes with people who maybe don't do anything that requires discipline much. Maybe. I'm certainly not a psychologist, right? So I'm just out on a limb thinking out loud here. And they don't really think about this as money and a business. They think about it as like a video game or something. I don't know. Because you know that guy is an adult. He doesn't crap his pants. You know what I mean? Well, I just was going to use the bathroom, but I just couldn't. I just crapped my pants. Of course he doesn't do that. Or, you know, whatever. Get drunk and drive down the sidewalk. You know, pick one. Pick something that adults just don't do. And in my mind, there's absolutely no difference. I hear there's a lot of lip service given to trader psychology, and certain psychologists have made a lot of money selling books about trader psychology, and a lot of, you know, real ominous warnings about all the power and monkey mind and all these kind of things. And yeah, everybody has that same wiring. We brought it all with us from the evolution. FOMO is a real thing that happens to everybody. Me, everybody in the sound of my voice. Revenge, boy, I'm mad I got stopped out. You want to get that money back? Of course, everybody feels that way. And you're never going to not feel that way. But what you're going to do is you're going to recognize that is happening, and you're not going to act on it. You recognize that you need to go to the bathroom, but you choose your discipline, your maturity says you're not going to do it until you're in the bathroom. You know what I mean? It is exactly, I know that's perhaps a gross analogy or whatever, but to me it's exactly the same thing. And that basic. I think it's just that basic. And again, this is just my stream and my opinion. So if you disagree or know something different, well, let me know. Yeah, I think that it's really that I really feel that that's important to realize. Trying to get these chapters in here. There we go. And that's a real step in the right direction. I mean, that's, you know, there's an old saying that realizing what you don't know is the first step of learning or knowledge. And that's really important. And there's a lot of people out there from every walk of life, from, you know, the Oval Office to the garbage truck or wherever, that they don't know what they don't know. And in many walks of life, and, you know, the military or areas of life where jobs maybe of life where, you know, they have dire perhaps life-threatening consequences, flying a plane, for example, or something like that. The most dangerous person is a guy who doesn't know what he doesn't know. And that's really, I'm not saying that necessarily or directly applies here, but it kind of goes hand in hand with the concept of the psychology part, you know, and treating this as a business. It is a business of probabilities, statistics and probabilities in a random environment. The probability of the next trade is exactly 50-50, and that is absolutely the truth. Proven statistical fact. The market only goes, it's binary, it goes up or down. There is no horizontal movement in the market. We put the horizontal movement in the market by putting time on them, by plotting it across time. But in essence, the market just goes up and down. In theory, that's what market profile did. But they realized, Stottlemyre realized that, well, that isn't any good. I just got a big long line of numbers going up and down like that. How do I use that? So they broke it into 30-minute brackets. And that's how they changed them. And wherever price came by this number before, they add another one over here, and then they add another one over here. And so those TPOs build out, and that's how you get this profile, the market profile. But, you know, it is a statistical business in a random environment. And what you need to do, which is what I'm doing, is I've identified the IB statistics trades, which there are two, IB continuation and IB failure. IB failure is essentially mean reversion. It is suggested by a rotational day. Only looking at this thing, that would suggest IB failure, which is what we had today. I'm sorry, this is not what we had today. And then the opposite is in a directional day, the IB continuation, which is right, and the perfect example is right here. The market is in a directional day, clearly directional, opening drive. We come up, take the IB statistic, and one would expect continuation. Didn't happen. Somehow the tanker turned, and fortunately I recognized it, and I didn't have the signal that made me feel all warm and fuzzy about taking the IB continuation trade. But, you know, that's the way it works. So you vet the statistic with specific parameters and a trigger, and you determine, you capture a statistically significant data set of that setup and those parameters or those data. And you want enough of them to be outside just a random distribution. You know, it's quite easily, you can easily have a random distribution of 5, 7, 8 instances in a row. I mean, flip a coin and see how many times you might get heads in a row or tails. We all know that a coin is a 50-50 flip, right? We all know it's purely binary. So, but within a random distribution, you can have several of the same outcome in a row. And you want to get away from that. You want to get outside of that if you can. And then after you've captured that data and that list, Excel sheet, whatever, however you do it, record it of trades, you decide, okay, of this IB continuation trade and this parameters, I look back at 1,000 trades or 100 trades or whatever it is, and I have of those 100 trades, I achieved T1 60 times, and I achieved T2 70 times. That means that 30 of them, you took a scratch, and I didn't put stops in there. You know what I mean? You get the point. You collect the data, and you determine from the data if that has an edge or expectancy or probability, positive outcome, whatever word you want to use that, you know, makes sense to you. And then whenever you see that trade in the regular market, you take it. And the law of large numbers manifests that edge to your bank account. The secret of the most successful hedge fund and traders in the world. Not me. Certainly wasn't my original idea. Jim Simon, Paul Tudor Jones, Ray Dalio, Tom Sosnoff, Tom the Trader, You know, Best Loser Wins guy, Tom B in the Traders Lab, Rod, pick one. Any successful trader knows that's how you trade as a business, not gambling or whipping or spurring or whatever else. That's the difference. And then after you've identified that one and you have it in your playbook, you can pick up the next one. Because the market is never, the market has varying complexions. It's trading in varying ways, various days in varying ways. So I think you need to have a few trades that fit those varying needs, that apply to those conditions. And then that's the way I believe you build a business as a trading business. And there we were. We went right past. I was talking right past the market on close orders again, and essentially nothing happened. We did get 6-handle bump out of it. The market on close orders, let's have a look. Market on close imbalance. Well, it is really, really small. 66 million sell side S&P. 192 million buy side the NASDAQ. 48 million sell side the Dow 30. I'm on the right page. 118 million buy side the Mag 7. This is pretty interesting. If I read that right, it says that dollar shorts are the lowest in 4 months. That means there's the possibility the dollar might get some strength. Interesting. Boy, these guys back there in the random risk squad, they are the absolute masters of misdirection, which is a function of, entertainment, reality TV. So that makes sense. But yeah, boy, you want to get the spotlight off the Jeffrey Epstein thing. You're sending submarines to Russia, and you're looking for the Fed guy and making all kinds of noise about the Fed chairman, who's done a great job, and who, by the way, is a Republican, and who was put in the job by Donald Trump. By the way, that's an important little tidbit that goes missing quite a bit, I think. All right, well, what a lovely day in the neighborhood, to quote Mr. Rogers. And there we go. Kind of a day as far as I'm concerned, disappointing. This week now, 3 or 4 days this week, the context has changed right after 9:30, and the suspected trade has not been the one that worked out, which is pretty strange. This, if you're saying, well, Bill, but this IB continuation here does work out, and in a way it does. Let's try to see if I can catch that. There's not really a trigger here. And what's the range? Well, there's 64, and there's 11 or 10 half, and up here at 11. So that is, or no, I'm at 14, sorry. So that is just barely 3 points to your scale, and these obstacles up here and the high of the day. So are you going to make it to your second target? That's important thing to assess when you're looking at targets and range. That range requirement is a pretty big one, I believe. It is for me. Let's put it that way. And 2 minutes to the close, actually. The liquidity is starting to jam in here a little bit. So remember, the stream starts every morning at 8 o'clock. Thumbs up on your way out the door would be super. Subscribe. Get notifications, share it, make your grandma watch it, whatever, whatever you do, whatever there is to do that. Send money. Have a great weekend. By all means, do something healthy, get outside, get some exercise, eat good, get some sleep. Not being on tilt is really important for trading to me. It's real important to, I think, to get, be rested and fed and hydrated, and you want your brain clicking on all 8 of them, all 8 cylinders, however many you have. Drunk, hungover, on tilt, fight with a significant other, whatever it is, don't trade. Stay away from the mouse. Deal with that. Get that part of your life straightened out, and then you can look at this part. Here comes the liquidity on those close orders jamming in here, real tight range. I just realized I have a break in my cable here on my keyboard. I got to figure out how to fix that. Yeah, a real tight liquidity range. Looks to me like we're gonna close it out right here. Now, of course, at 1500, we can get some sort of a closing swing trade. I wouldn't really expect that, but who the hell knows? Did we do it yet? Did we do it yet? And at the last second, we got the VPOC migration. Happens frequently now, these days. And there we are at 1501. Let's see if we get a closing swing trade, shall we? Remember that the market will continue to trade through 1600. Not any volume. Any prop shop, most brokerages want you to be flat before or after, before 15:15 typically. They used to call that last 15 minutes the curb trade. Back on the floor, that was the guys going out to get in their car, and they, oh, by the way, and they'd make an agreement to something, but so they did it outside on the curb was the joke. So be sure you understand the parameters around your requirements around however it is you're trading. Prop firm, your broker, whatever. If you're not, if you're trading with just a straight up sim on Ninja or something like that, as long as you got the data coming, knock yourself out. But don't develop bad habits. Be aware of these things. And by the way, the stream starts every morning at 8 o'clock. I start my machines and I start pushing these levels and recording the sessions at 1700 Sunday night. That's when the ETH session opens for the week. By the way, the ETH session is 1700 until 0830 the following morning. These are Central Standard Time. And the RTH session is 0830 to 1600 Central Standard Time. There's always a 1 hour down period where they do all their housekeeping and margin calls and all that fun stuff. And above all, have a beautiful day. Jesus, 35C here right now. That's pretty hot. There you go. Now, if you want some motivation, I can give that to you. I'll show you something here that's very motivational for me anyway. This is a very accurate tick chart. I mean, this is in ticks. These profit are in ticks of a colleague of ours. This is his year to date, and this is June. Following this exact methodology. What he's talking about up here is that at June 1st here, he was confident enough in his ability to identify and to take A+ trades only, that he eliminated the risk neutral scale and has added that extra contract to his essentially his T2, right? So he, rather than give back half of the potential profit at the T1, he adds that. That was the point of his post here. But I just want to draw your attention to 21,000 ticks on the ES. Go do the math on that one times 1250 and see where you go. See if that isn't motivation for you. It is for me. And a really nice guy and a good coder and an honest person. Not bullshit. I've seen snaps of a lot of those trades. We post them in a Discord room that I participate with. I'm part of the testing on the application, static application that he's coding. And there's a few people in there. So it's definitely doable, and it's doable within reason. I made $9 million on a 50-cent investment in 25 minutes and a 100% win rate. That all of that is just horse shit and bus tickets. Excuse my French, but that's what it is. If you want to have a sustainable, consistently profitable business, that you can do. So here we are, boys and girls, a little fizzle up here to the top. I don't think they're going to get we're 6 minutes past. I would very seriously doubt if somebody's going to launch an attack up there to higher ground, but you never know. You can certainly watch this on your charting system of choice, I believe. I don't let the system, my computers don't shut off. I simply close the stream because I figure 7 hours is more than enough. That probably nobody has ever watched all 7 hours of them, including me. Because I know what I mean. I haven't done that either. And so I don't figure adding an extra hour of the stream until 1600 is worthwhile, because typically there's maybe a little bit of action like now, and then it'll just flatten out, and it looks like a we lost a patient on an EKG, So that's why I don't do that. I mean, I could certainly do it, and plus it's adding space and storage space and all that kind of stuff. I have a copy of each one of these OBS makes a recording locally, in addition to pushing the stream to YouTube, which is also a recording and a copy. So I've got backups on backups, and you know what I mean. I'm an old data guy, so I'm project management and data guy, so I'm kind of fixated on that sort of thing. All of my machines, including my monitors, are run through UBSs here for power outages to get out of trades and stuff. Now, of course, if the internet takes a dump, there's nothing you're going to do about that, but you know. Need to back yourself up. Give yourself as much security as you can, if that's important to you, and it is to me. I figure that this is a tough business, and the better or the more advantage you can give to yourself, why not? You know, some guys almost, it's like a badge of honor for them that, you know, they're trading on their cell phone or something, and that's it. Well, good for them. And if they're profitable, that's super. I'm not saying anything's wrong with anything anybody does, except the things that I've pointed out, like overtrading or, you know, believing that you have a big psychological problem that's somebody just told you had, you know what I mean? I don't think that stuff is, you know, overtrading, those kind of things. But if I think if you can provide yourself with screens that help your eyes and data that you can trade on, that's a good thing to do, in my opinion. So have yourself a great weekend. I don't know that we're going to get much more out of this, and I don't really care at this point. I'm not going to be in it or have anything to do with it, so there you are. I guess one thing would be the case if I could extend the streams to 15:15, because that's the cutoff. As I've said before, this is TopStep combine and rhythmic data. The idea of the stream is to capture with complete transparency and accountability from zero to hero, from start to finish. And that's exactly what I'm doing. I think their requirement is that you've got to be flat by 15:15 or 15:10. I never even wanted to get close to that. So I have never been in a trade past 1500. And the fact that I've not, any rule violations or anything like that, I guess speaks to that. But that would be something to think about, perhaps. But, yeah. So there we are. Get outside, do something fun, or go take a nap, or chase mama around the couch, or do something good for you and good for your family and good for you, and good luck. Thanks for stopping by. Drop a thumbs up and how do you do, and subscribe, or hit that notification thingy if you want to, and you'll find out when it's coming live. But I can promise you it's every weekday morning at 8 o'clock. Sometimes I have been toying with the idea of a slow markets or an ETH stream, kind of a short one. But I think I've probably spent enough hours at the screens. I don't need to be doing that anytime soon. And if I did, I would announce it, of course, in advance. Yeah. So have yourself a great weekend. And if the good Lord's willing and the creek don't rise, I'll see you Monday morning at 8 o'clock. To quote the old famous Tennessee Ernie Ford, that was how he signed off his TV show every week for years. And that'll give you some, you can Google Tennessee Ernie Ford, that'll give you some idea how old I am. How far back I go. All right, have a great one. That's going to do it for the stream. And